Doctor said I want my liquor. I've been lot of this is phenomenal. And this means we like to take our open prayer. We have strategized for this event. We have planned. We have prayed. And to have a successful event today, we would like to take our open prayer. And to lead us in open prayer,
Good morning. Thank I'm sure So that for having thank
Okay. Okay, 1, 2, go. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. Okay, it's a prayer. All right, we can all have a
which is located along Epe Talking Expressway. The Rural Circle is an estate within an estate, and we have different plot sizes ranging from 250 square meters to 500 square meters.
Before we go into today's event, we'd like to take the safety tips from Sheraton. Yes, they're on ground to give us the safety tips so that we can all be okay, we can all be fine. Have the floor.
Our esteemed guests, welcome to Fopon by Sheraton. Thank you for choosing our brand. My name is Liberty. I work in the Safety and Security Department. I'm here to inform you of the following safety guidelines and instructions available for your use, provided by Fopon by Sheraton, Lagos. The floor where you are seated is the first floor, and on this floor we have 4 emergency exit doors. We have about 4 emergency exit doors provided at designated points as indicated by appropriate signage. We have one by the Galaxy hallway, have one by this hallway, and one by the elevator landing, one by the kitchen. And on this floor as well, we have restrooms, female restroom and male restrooms. We have our muster points at the ground floor, where we have our car park, at the extreme, where we have flag stand for different nations. That's where we have our muster point for our guests. And in case of an emergency, please listen calmly for further instructions by the emergency response team via the loudspeakers. And during emergency, elevators are not to be used. We urge you to use the emergency exit doors by appropriate signage. Once there is emergency, the elevators will be disabled. We also have in place smoke detectors, hydrants, sprinkler system, fire detection system, automated fire doors to assist protect crossfire. And we have qualified firefighters with serviceable fire extinguishing equipment within the facility in conjunction with a local government fire station. Also informed that we have certified first aiders available on hand around this meeting hall to attend to incidents, accidents, injuries, and near misses. Also have first aid boxes at strategic places. We have 2 hospitals we use in case of any health emergency we need urgent medical attention. We use the Healing Stripes Hospital, the one right opposite the entrance gate of this hotel. It is owned by the Redeemed Christian Church of God, City of David, Victoria Island. The second one is the newly established Coptic Hospital at the Sanfield bus stop here. Sanfield bus stop is owned by the Egyptians. In case of any health, we need medical attention. We also work in conjunction with Morocco Police Station. They are here. We even have some of their men working with us 24/7 in case of any incident that will need intervention of the police. Please, the hall where you're seated, there's no CCTV cameras here. In case of your personal belongings, if you're going out for your coffee break, your breakfast, you're going to make use of the restroom, please keep your items very close to you for safekeeping. We don't have any camera here. We also have an inbuilt house clinic in case of anyone that needs first aid treatment. We have security guards on patrol on this floor for any strange move, any strange attempt. Call us. We also have defibrillators available on ground floor in case of any emergency, as well as we have in place and have built. Have defibrillators in case of any health emergency that will need CPR. The maximum capacity for our elevators is 6 persons, 6 adults. Anything more than that could trap the people inside. 6 persons, 6 adults. We have trained emergency response team to assist and direct guests to the stairways and evacuation assembly points. Please, if there be any incident at all, the security team and the GM will inform you when the area has been cleared off. Opened by Sheraton, currently is the most safety and security conscious hotel in the hospitality industry in Nigeria. So your safety is 100% assured. So if you relax, enjoy the rest of your meeting. Thank you once again for choosing our brand. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's the coordinator. All right. Once again, we welcome all of us. Now, I have a little assignment for us. I humbly apologize. We must do this. And this is because this is phenomenal. This is the maiden edition conference. Most of us have been seeing ourselves online. Can you kindly go around and look at that lady who you saw online? When I came into the hall, I hugged you, right? Ah, Madam Peace. Oh, Joke, this is you. Can you kindly look around one beautiful lady that you have seen online? Maybe when we had our Zoom meetings. I know this lady. Yes, I remember you. I remember you. When I saw Madam Flourishing the other time, she said, yes, you anchored the meeting 2 years ago, so please, let's look around, hug your sister, we welcome you, thank you for making it. Yes, can you kindly go around? Madam, please let me hug you once again. Congratulations on this phenomenal event. Madam Adako, congratulations. This is amazing. Can you please go around? Can you please go around? Don't leave our guests out. Good morning, sir. Congratulations. Thank you for coming, sir. We honor you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. We honor you, sir. Good morning, ma'am. We're pleased to have you in our midst today. Good morning, sir. We're pleased to have you in our midst today. Good morning. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm pleased to meet you. You're welcome, ma'am. Good morning. Pleased to meet you. Please go around. Go around. Go around. This is phenomenal. This is amazing. This is a huge one. We have planned for this. We have strategized. We have prayed. Now we're meeting ourselves in person and we're excited. All right. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. At this point, we'd like to invite the platform. Okay, so we'd like to recognize in our midst our guests. Thank you for standing up for this event. And I'll start by recognizing our keynote speaker, our distinguished keynote speaker. And this is no other person than Professor Timothy Nubi, and he's the director for the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, University of Lagos. I know you're not going to applaud your keynote speaker like that. No, can you please keep the applause rolling? No, 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 no. I will not accept that. Yes. He has been here before some of us. Yes. Also, we'd like to recognize Engineer Johnson Adeyoye. Good morning, sir. We welcome you once again. We're pleased to have you in our midst. We are honored to have you in our midst. Engineer Johnson Adeyoye is the president, Nigerian Institute of Structural Engineers. Can we please keep the applause rolling? What is going on? Okay. I'd like to recognize a mother in our midst. And I've heard so much about this woman. She's phenomenal. And this is no other person than Mrs. Abimbola Keredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Woo! And she's a partner at Banwo and Igodalo Law Firm. We're pleased to have you in our midst, ma'am. We welcome you today. All right, we'd like to recognize our own Madam Eniola Elegushi, the Managing Associate of Great Chapel Legal. Where is she? Yes, we're pleased to have you in our midst. You look beautiful. Okay, all right. We also like to recognize some of our guests. They're online already. They're not here. You know, technology has made things easier for some of us. So we'd like to recognize Dr. Roland Igbinoba, and he's the founder and president of PropTech Nigeria. Can we kindly keep the applause rolling for Dr. Roland Igbinoba? Dr. Roland, we honor you. We know that you're listening to us online. We also like to recognize Madam Uzo Oshogwe. She's the CEO/MD of Afriland Properties, and she's online. Okay. Pardon me? Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. I apologize. A minute, please. We also like to recognize in our midst another phenomenal woman, lady. Sorry, I've been told not to call them women. It's lady. Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakari, and she's the special advisor in housing, Lagos State. Oh, we're pleased to have you in our midst, ma'am. We honor you. We welcome you powerfully. Thank you for coming. Good morning. All right. They say great things, great people have great ideas, and they make great things happen. At this point, I'd like to invite to the platform a great person. And this is no other person than Madam Peace Anomnese, the president of the Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice, FELIREP. Well done, and well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. I was wondering whether she's talking about me. I was looking behind. Probably she's talking about another person. Thank you so much. I stand on existing protocol. I want to sincerely appreciate everyone for coming. And I will read straight because of our time. It's on the brochure if you're here. And if you registered, we sent it via email. So good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and esteemed participants. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to the maiden edition of our conference, focusing on the pertinent theme, the missing gap, absence of revised laws, rules, regulations, policies, and effective monitoring on emerging trends in the Nigerian real estate market. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our journey towards fostering dialogue, collaboration, and innovative solutions in the realm of real estate in Nigeria. The Nigerian real estate market stands as a crucial sector within our economy, showcasing immense potential for growth, development, and prosperity. However, as we convene today, we are confronted with a crucial realization. A significant gap exists in the framework that governs this sector. The absence of revised laws, rules, regulations, and policies, coupled with the lack of effective monitoring mechanism, present formidable challenges that demand our immediate attention and collective efforts. In an era marked by rapid transformation, disruptive technologies, evolving consumer preferences, and dynamic market trends, it is imperative that our regulatory framework remains agile, adaptive and responsive to these changes. The absence of updated laws and regulations not only hinders the progress of the real estate sector, but also poses risk to stakeholders, investors, and broader economy at large. As we delve into the discussions and deliberations over the course of this conference, I'm confident that our collective wisdom, expertise, and experiences will pave the way for insightful insights, impactful solutions, and constructive recommendations. Through robust dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration, we can bridge the missing gap in our regulatory framework, drive positive change, and propel the Nigerian real estate market towards a future characterized by growth, sustainability, and resilience. In a world driven by technological advancement and disruptive innovations, the real estate landscape in Nigeria is rapidly evolving. The emergence of prop tech, the rise of co-working spaces, the growing demand for sustainable and eco-friendly solutions, and the increasing focus on data-driven decision-making are just a few of the transformative trends redefining real estate market. Despite this seismic shift, our regulatory framework remains largely stagnant, failing to adapt to the changing dynamics of the industry. This stagnation has led to a mismatch between the regulatory environment and the ground realities, leaving a significant void that hampers the growth and stability of the real estate market. The lack of updated laws and regulations not only stifles innovation, but also exposes stakeholders to risk and uncertainties. Without a robust monitoring system in place, we run the risk of falling behind the curve, missing out on valuable opportunities and compromising the integrity of the real estate market. I urge each and every one of you to actively engage, participate, and contribute your perspectives and ideas throughout the conference. Let us harness the power of collective intelligence, creativity, and innovation to address the challenges at hand and unlock the immense potential that lies within the real estate sector. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all attendees, and I look forward to the enriching discussions, fruitful collaborations, and impactful outcomes that are sure to emerge from this maiden edition of our conference. Thank you, and let us embark on this journey of exploration, discovery, and transformation together. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The Yorubas will say, Shoki lobe oge. Well, I'm a Yoruba girl, and if you don't understand, I just mean Shoki lobe oge. All right, that's on a lighter note. So I've been asked to inform us to kindly download our brochure via our email so that we can follow the program. All right, I also want to recognize Dr. Michael Oladiji, the CEO of the Rustin Group. Can we please recognize Dr. Michael Oladiji? You're welcome, sir. We're pleased to have you in our midst today. Okay, so at this time, by the way, as we're all here, who of us wants to be intellectually stimulated this morning? I want to be intellectually stimulated this morning. I want to add to my knowledge. So at this point, we'd like to invite to the platform the keynote speaker for today's event, who will be delivering the keynote speech in the next 20 minutes. And this is no other person than Professor Timothy Nubi. He shall be speaking to us on the missing gap, absence of revised laws, rules, policies, and effective monitoring of emerging market trends in the real estate market. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please make welcome Professor Timothy Nubi. We're pleased to have you in our midst, sir. You have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, thank you so much. With heart of gratitude, I want to say a big thank you for inviting me this maiden edition. I want to acknowledge the presence of the Special Advisor, Governor on Housing Matters. Much welcome from the engineer, the president of the Structural Engineers Association, the president of this association, all other executives, all other. I'm standing on a let me lean on the existing protocol so that we can save time. Thank you so much for inviting me. I have 20 minutes. I have about 30 slides. That will help me. But what we gather here, I quickly look back, and I see 90% of the people in this room this morning. Oh, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, I acknowledge your presence. I have hope. Because I tell people, I said, because I'm in academics, that's why we are still working. Friends who we started together in the ministry, federal ministry, all retired 3-4 years ago. I'm 63 years old. We've been saying all these things for all our life. When Wale Soyinka said that we belong to a wasted generation, we were thinking that our own generation will not be like his. Many of us in our own generation reflect back with heavy heart and sense of loss, waste of life, waste of destiny. Our country could be better if things were done otherwise. We are endangered generation. My own generation is endangered generation, in the sense that about 2 years ago, I was taking care of my mom at FCT, pushing her from one floor to the other for medication, for tests. I was doing it with so much joy. There was a day I was pushing her on a wheelchair for X-ray. And the thought just got to me, say, you're taking care of your mom, who will take care of you when you get old. It's not that we don't have children, but because of the situation in the country, our children have left us. We're in danger. Our future, our old age is seriously endangered. No one to take care of us when we get old. No matter the amount of money you have, your children will take care of you, and these children are overseas. The option is to go and stay with them and on all you have worked for all your life. It is the state of the country. That country that we are sitting down, we can change things. It's where we find ourselves. You can change it. That our nation will be a nation where our children will stay. So a young Nigerian, many of you, I don't know how many of us saw the clips. An able-bodied Nigerian roasting corn on the street of London. Saw it, and we laugh. Because you look at English, look at everything, you find out this should be a graduate. And you see people queuing. You can see the nostalgia. They love to be in their country. And then they found themselves as a stranger in another country. Many of them are not happy. Many of them, they know what is happening in Nigeria more than you. They are living there, but their heart is here. You can make this nation. So I don't take my invitation for granted. I don't take generation that I'm seeing. The cause you are following is a noble cause. Let's either do one or two things, maybe God will give us a better country. Okay. Real estate and economic development. Real estate accounts for about half of the global wealth. And unfortunately, we have not realized that in this country. Total value of all public companies in US as of today is $40 trillion. The US residential estate market is 43 trillion. This makes housing the biggest asset class in the country and all over the world. All these companies, whatever public company, industries, put together, they are half of the wealth of the nation. Real estate is the leading, is 52% of the wealth of the nation. And unfortunately, I was in a gathering where my friend presented paper, Lagos State Resilience Forum, the day before yesterday, in Salami. And I was telling, we were discussing this. He said, have you been? I said, well. I kept on wondering, why will we gather and say we are discussing economy forum? And no one is talking about real estate. Biggest asset. No, we kept on hearing is solid mineral, agriculture. They are good. But half of our wealth in any nation reside in real estate and housing. Residential property. 43 trillion. The ability for America to link the two sectors, the stock and the real estate, the residential property, through mortgage and securitization, make that nation a big country. And you will know, because of the subprime lending and the bust in the mortgage sector in 2008, that led to the collapse of U.S. economy and the global recession. So, if what happened in the real estate market, in the mortgage market, would throw the entire world into recession that we are still battling with today, that tells you that that is the life and breath of that nation. But this nation, we did not understand it. So it's like a nation concentrating all the efforts on 48% of the wealth, neglecting to work on the 52% and really make sure that that sector works. Real estate over the years enhanced the economy. When did I start? So that I can have time to guide me, please. Real estate, I'm just starting, Abby. Okay. Real estate over the years enhanced the economic development of countries like Brazil, Taiwan, United Arab Emirates, Russia, China, Indonesia. You know, when you get there, I mean, what do you see when you get to this nation and you say this nation is great too, this nation is beautiful? It's the real estate you are looking at. It's the real estate you are looking at. In United States and UK, real estate contributes between 18 to 20% of the GDP. In Nigeria, statistics show that it's only 0.5. 0.5. That's serious. That's why we are chronic. That's why we are in poverty. With estimated population of about 200 million, African leading economy depends on crude oil, which accounts for the country's GDP, 70% of the government revenue, and more than 83% of the country's total export. Real estate investments as a driver of economic development. Real estate investment plays a vital role in driving economic development in Nigeria. As one of the key sectors of the country, the real estate sector has a far-reaching impact on various aspects of the economy: job creation, infrastructure development, urbanization and modernization, revenue generation, foreign direct investment, tourism and hospitality, affordable housing and social development, wealth creation and asset appreciation, small and medium enterprise, economic diversity. All these are loaded in real estate, if only we can get it right as a nation. Look at what 2016. I couldn't get the latest, but it can only be worse. Look at international market and investors. Look at what they are saying about Nigeria in 2016. These are investors know that doing business in Nigeria is a big pain. But the country and its potential is just too big to ignore. So each time you see white people inside the plane coming, the great opportunity is here. They're doing business here. Painful. It's painful. Painful. We don't make it easy for them. This is the foreign CEO. A feedback from our clients suggests that the removal of the Naira peg will be a positive catalyst. The dramatic slowdown in economic growth, combined with uncertainty on foreign exchange and risks to oil production, means that this is a difficult time to invest in Nigeria. That's 2016. Oh. So what do we want to say now? That's Bloomberg. These are monitors of what is going on as far as the economy and the world is concerned. Nigeria will remain a tough sell unless the government changes in response to the worst crisis in decades. It's 2016. So, and the situation is worse now. We are seeking investment in the infrastructure sector in Nigeria. Our choice is based on its size and impact on regional trade. These are global investors. This is their position on Nigeria. Japan Deputy Prime Minister and Construction Engineer. That's also May 2016. Yes. Let's look at these critical macroeconomic realities in Nigeria today. Inflation is just too high. Inflation projected to December 2023, food inflation 32%. It's serious. That was projection to 20 as of December. Inflation, food inflation now is about 42%. Naira depreciated by 40% against dollar in the first half of 2024. Nigerian debt crisis. Debt rises by 75%. Hits 87 trillion in 3 months. These are publications, so not me. That's why I brought it as. We all have access to this. Let's quickly look at real estate because we are looking at the laws. Can't separate real estate from law. Law is real estate is law. This real estate value chain. Land. Raw land and finance and acquisition is a chain. And the documentation, the entitlement, infrastructure development, vertical development, the primary market, primary capital market, and the secondary capital market. This is the real estate development value chain. Every aspect, every point in this chain, they are seriously legal issues. They are driven by law, as we'll see later. If we have no clear law or moribund law, there's no way any of this could work. Look at infrastructure development. Many nations have infrastructure accounts for 35% of the cost of finance of real estate, including the city. Governments all over the world, they believe that they cannot fund infrastructure alone. So they embrace the practice of PPP in many nations of the world. The PPP is not working in Nigeria. But there are legal issues around it. Thank God for the Lekki, because of the legal agreement, sound legal agreement, that made Lagos State, the man knew, the investor knew that he will not withdraw. So he really made the rigorous agreement that they could not, that immediately that place became built without, immediately they say that we are finished with the project. If people cannot give us our money, government committed to paying. That's what saved the man. And eventually, government bought the project of him. That's not the interest of investor. Investor is not looking for somebody to buy after 2 years. No, that's not the essence of his investment. The beauty is long-term return to him. He will have suffered serious loss if not for proper legal agreement that he entered with the state. So every aspect of this chain requires sound legal backing to drive them. Next slide. It's like this one is not working. The problem across the value chain. If you have access to the slide because of the time, the land acquisition, the title, I want to encourage every one of us here to download or buy Mystery of Capital by De Soto. One of the greatest books ever written by man. Why capitalism succeeded only in the West and failed everywhere else. All he was talking about is the title. That until developing nations or developed nations or nations in transition, until they develop their title, until they have title to land, they will never prosper. So it's about title. It's about title. And we are still struggling with that. There's no time. In a nation where you can't say, I'm the owner of this land. Ownership, you have ownership only when other people were prevented. The law prevents other people from encroaching. You don't have a house. Somebody left for work and came back. They have demolished his house. Nobody has a house in this country. You can wake up. You see later. You see? So let's move on. Policies, laws, these are things I've just mentioned here and there. Policy. A policy is a set of ideas and plans. I want us to really understand and to know that we have a lot of work to do. Policies are just ideas or plans that is used as a basis for making decisions. You can't hold me. You can't take me to court for not implementing policy. And our government knows that. That's why the housing policy remained policy. They refuse to turn it to act. It's our responsibility to force them to do that. I say it's in Section 22 of National Housing Policy that government should say, they say it's a policy, it's a policy. Just an idea to guide us. So we have construction policy. We have building policy. We have the building code. The law is the system of rules which a particular country or community recognizes as regulating the action of its member, in which it may be enforced by the imposition of penalties. Shooting the birds as is against the law. Oh, I don't know where that's for me for. But, well, National Building Code. The National Building Code, if you see demolition going on here and there, if you see housing collapse, we see housing collapse because the code still remains a code. If the building code becomes law today, house will stop dropping in Nigeria. Because it is required in the building code that every house that is about 2-story building must be, just as you do BOT, just as you do MOT for your car, every house you go through that assessment by professionals. Safety, like they come to share with us. Every house. So if they should conduct fitness tests for most houses in Lagos that were collapsing, we will have demolished them or asked the owners to rebuild years ago. But all these are in the building code, but they refuse to make it law. So this is where we have a lot of work. That's where we have a lot of work to do. Statutory provisions. The real estate and property laws in Nigeria is a multifaceted and evolving field that is influenced by both customary and statutory. Understand the legal framework, obtaining the correct titles, and comply with land use and development regulations are crucial for property owners, developers, and investors operating in Nigerian real estate market. More effective dispute resolution mechanism and compliance with property tax and duties are essential elements in real estate investment successes in Nigeria. Yes, next. The statutory provisions. We just list them because we are looking at revised law, absence of revised law. We found out that the laws that still drive this market, they are obsolete laws. Nigerian Constitution, where Obasanjo put, Daddy put Land Use Act to really finish everybody. 1999. 1999. The Land Use Act is 78. You can't drive a 21st century country with 28th century law. It's not done. It's not done. Nigerian Urban Regional Planning Law, 1992. Far. Rent Recovery, 1997. So my question when I was going through these slides, next slide, when I was going through these slides, my question is that what has the legislative arms of government, what have they been doing since 1990 something? Everybody just go there and sleep. I mean, what is that? People stopped working in 1990 something. Immediately we entered 2000, it's like the lawyers and the legislative arm, they just went to sleep. Because why are we Conveyance Law, Conveyance Act of 1881, Property and Conveyance Law, Land Law, Land Use Change. It was 2001. You see it revised 2018, 2024. Because people shouted. Because people shouted. That's why you see revision. Where people are docile, they keep on, we were being governed by obsolete laws. Stamp duty 1939, capital gain 2004, finance law. Okay, next please. Tenement rate law 2011, tenement law. Next slide. These are the laws. Okay, 40 minutes. No, it's not done, no. I just beg. This is when you say the kingdom. When I saw 20 minutes, not done. It took me almost 2 weeks. First night. Not done. Okay, so let's go through it. Because there are things that we must do. I mean, okay, let's go through. These are several laws, 1963. Other laws. Rating law, national housing policy, street trading edit, drainage law, environmental protection law, for example, provision. I got to a place where the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, they had a program that I was one of the speakers. And they told us, they said, look, you know that it's an offense in Lagos to cut grass on it. All of us should be in prison right now. It's a law. It's not a laughing matter. As you will see, I'm begging for 10 more minutes, please. Please. Go on. Education in Land Use Act. See, because of the inadequacies in this law, the act is seen as being biased in favor of government. That's the act. The president of Redan is on his way. There was a time in a particular state, he paid for a particular parcel of land. He paid about 500 million. Yes, your fool. 3 months after, it was acquired. The CFO was revoked. I was the vice president of the Real Estate Association of Nigeria. The vice president, Lagos Southwest Zone. The office of the Real Estate Development Association of Nigeria started in my office with Babaja Konde. 3 years, it was the secretariat. before we moved to Abuja. When that happened, all radar members, they turned the meeting to church as we prayed before we started. There are many that almost lost their life. When you just got a CFO, and 3 months after, CFO was revoked. So the Land Use Act does not cancel holding in perpetuity. You can only hold for 99 years. Those who, people don't know the implication of 99 years because it's so long, but there are so many properties in Ikoyi now that they have revised to government, and what they are asked to pay, some just say just go. So, land use decree is in favor of government. And that's why our daddy put it under the constitution, so that it's going to be difficult to expunge or to be revised. So, but we can do it. Because of these problems with the laws, that when you go through the slide, you see, what do we see in Nigeria today as building? All of us will still remember this 21st floor that got collapsed near us there in Ikoyi Square. Fresh in our memory. And after Banana, few months after, in Banana Island, one dropped, another one dropped. Houses were just dropping like cockroach in Nigeria. It's because of the law and the regulation. Whether the law is not clear or people are not adhering to the law. Yes, please, quickly. Let's quickly watch this. Because this is key to us.
Staying in Lagos, the federal government hopes to deliver 3 kilometers of the Lagos-Calabar coastal highway by the end of May. Speaking at the demolition of shanties attached to Landmark Beach Resort, the minister asked Nigerians to embrace the infrastructure development in various parts of the country. Surayeko reports.
For the past 3 days, the federal government has continued to send fuel, the ocean, and demolish structures along the first 3 kilometers of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, starting with Uniro Beach. The Minister of Works is directly supervising the demolition exercise. The next beachfront is that of Landmark. Before the bulldozers crush the shanties, business owners scramble to keep what they can save from the demolition. There is no time left for negotiation.
We need don't in Nigeria. Once they give us, we are not seeing they should come and provide job for us.
The minister is insisting that the landmark properties are intact and that the owner of the investment has no title to the 250-meter shoreline, which is the right-of-way belonging to the federal government.
No claim for Landmark. He has no claim. We spread all his infrastructure. We don't pay for shanties. And even those shanties are on our right-of-ways, 250 meters from the shoreline. So he has no claim. We made all the effort.
Next video, please.
Let's begin with the story here in Lagos, where the government has demolished parts of Arowojobe and Mende Estate Villa, clearing the channel to ensure better flow and prevent flooding. This comes just as the Ministry of Environment also issued a 48 hours quit notice to illegal squatters at an abandoned federal secretariat in Ikoyi, an upscale neighborhood in the state.
The ministry's tour, following up on last Sunday's inspection, aims to re-evaluate alignments and add a human touch to ongoing enforcement along the System 1 corridor. During the visit, it was noted that structures at Mende Villa Estate are obstructing the channel without observing the mandatory 15-meter setback. Discussions between officials and occupants at this location were ongoing when an incident occurred.
The last video, please. Last video.
Total disregard to environmental safety and building guidelines is obvious here at Ifako, Ugudu area of Lagos. The Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources is demolishing some structures built on canal paths, affecting free flow of water. The commissioner in charge, Tokumbo Wahab, is out with his team for an enforcement exercise on System 1 drainage route in Kushofe, local government area of the state.
That's okay. That's okay. You see, when I look at the value, I'm a valuer. When I put value on the demolition going on across the country, nation that is in trouble, and every day what we hear is demolition. Demolition in Port Harcourt, demolition in Abuja. Why? Why this demolition? Because the law is not clear. The law is not clear. The land use decree is a problem. Because the land use decree said that you must have CFO. You need CFO to process building approval. And because people don't have CFO, you go into contravention. You build without approval. Once the foundation is faulty, there's nothing the righteous could do. The commissioner is not happy. Nobody is happy. Destroying properties. Because there's valuation along the line. The valuation must be corrected. Where it's at a cost. The cost, the price is too huge for the nation. Yeah. Next slide, please. Apart from demolition, abandoned structures all over the country because of law. Federal Secretariat, Ikoyi. Federal Secretariat, Ikoyi is a city. If you finish this meeting, it's not far. Just drive through. I worked in that place for about 3 or 4 years. A beautiful edifice. It's a pride of this nation. It's a beautiful. Phase 1, phase 2. You can get about 5,000 or 10,000 housing units from that secretariat. On 11 floors. Huge. In a prime, sitting on prime property. Why is it rotting? Because federal government acquired it for overriding public interest to build secretariat. By the time they moved to Abuja, they were to revert it, they were to sell. They sold. The owner of the land said, look, if you acquire a property for overriding public interest, and you are no longer using it for public interest, you revert it to us. That's law. And that's why that property standing there is about law. It's the law. It's the law that is keeping these properties abandoned. And these are beautiful estates that Nigerians can be living in. How many units have we built in the last 5 years? And this one that I've just spent small amount of money to convert to several thousands of units, they will lie down there. And after some years, they will fail the integrity test. And we have to spend money to demolish them. So this is where we must wake up. We must have voice. We must raise our voice as people that are knowledgeable about these things. We can't afford this waste in the midst of scarcity and lack and poverty. Next slide, please. It's not only Lagos, in Abuja, an entire estate abandoned. Big estates all over the country. Continue, please. Next slide. What are the recommendations? Combination of overlapping laws into single enactment. Removal of Land Use Act from the Constitution. That's the first point. Because as long as it's in the Constitution, you will require 2/3 of the state assemblies in the country to do anything to change it. Then, Section 22 creates unnecessary bottleneck, especially for landowner. Continue, please. A compensation, if you acquire a land, you see, if you build, if under the Land Use Act, if you build, you are only compensated for the building. You don't pay for the land. And we know that there are land around this year, Ikoyi, that goes for 1.something billion. If there is acquisition today, compensation is only for development on it, not for the land. You only return the ground rent for the number of years that you pay, if you pay. So, we're saying that, look at the United Arab Emirates is today a world tourism destination simply because of the change it made in its land use and rules. In 2002, UAE liberalized its land rules, granting foreigners the right to acquire land, develop land in the country. Today, the story is what we see in Mother City, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and all the rest. I was in Dubai about a few months ago. I was in Dubai in 2006. You will not believe that as at 1982, Dubai is a village in the desert. A village, 1982, there's nothing called Dubai. 1982. I will have shown the slides of Dubai in 1982. And today, you get to that city, you just marvel. And the foundation of that development is because of they worked on their law. Until we work on our law, I say it is imperative that the lawyers here all over the country should work with the legislators, both at the state and the national level. Mend, pass new law, revise, promote, that will promote efficiency in the real estate market. Like the lawyer will say, I rest my case. Thank you so much. Thank you, slide.
Wow, what a brilliant submission. Can you please keep the applause rolling? Thank you. Now, when you see a person who likes to impact, it comes from the heart, it comes from the belly. He did it with passion. Even when we wanted to send him a notification for time, we were saying, this man is speaking with passion. Let's hold on. Thank you once again, sir. We're most grateful. All right. Sir. Most humbly, sir, we have an apology to make. Before you started, we were supposed to read your profile. We humbly apologize. Can you kindly oblige me? Please, sir. If you even want me to allow you to, we humbly apologize. Please, sir, we need to do this. Even though this is against the norm, but we need to do this. And I promise that in 3 minutes, I will do this. May I have your attention, please? Professor Timothy Nubi is a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Management and has served as the past dean of the Faculty of Environmental Science at the University of Lagos. He holds, yes, thank you. He holds several notable positions, including being a trustee member of the Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria and the founder and director of the Sustainable Development at the University of Lagos. He serves as the executive chairman of the University of Lagos Property Company Limited. He has an HND in town planning, a BSc in estate management, an MSc and a PhD in construction management. He also holds a certificate in international housing finance. He has published over 78 papers and 10 books on housing and real estate. He has served as a former member of the Technical Board of the Federal Housing Authority and is an Eisenhower Fellow in the USA. On a personal note, Professor Nubi is the proud father of Pelumi, remember that lady? Who is celebrated as the tourism ambassador of Lagos State and the first female solo driver to drive from London to Lagos. Remember that lady some months ago? I never even knew that I was going to meet her father today. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion, sir. We're pleased to have you in our midst. You may take your seat, sir. Okay, so, all right, we'd like to invite the president of the FELIREP, Madam Peace Anomneze, to present his gift. We have the floor, ma'am.
On behalf of the female lawyers and the real estate practice, the board and all the members, and everyone present here that we enjoyed your presentation, sir. We present this to you. Thank you so much. I call Prof. Father. He reminds me of my dad. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. You're welcome.
Please, can the Board of Trustees kindly come up? Can the Board of Trustees of FELIREP kindly come outside to take a picture with the professor before he takes his leave? Thank you. Thank you once again, Professor. All right, we'd like to recognize the presence of Prince Barrister Akintoye Adeoye. He's the national president of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN. He walked in during the presentation of Professor Nubi. Right. We also like to recognize in our midst Pastor Femi Fasheru. Yes, he is the resident pastor of the Kingsway International Christian Center, Lagos. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming to this occasion. It's an honor meeting you. I remember those days I used to listen to you on Channels Television. All right, we'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Shola Eniton, the managing director of Cromwell. Yes, sir, we're pleased to have you in our midst as well. We also like to recognize the presence of Madam Omola Bake Adetumbi. She's the legal advisor of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, Lagos branch. Where is she? Okay, we're pleased to have you in our midst. You're welcome, ma'am. All right. Somebody said to me the other time, the person said, you'll introduce yourself later. Okay, my name is Joke Fekumo. I'm a legal practitioner and I'm the founder and the lead. All right, well, I humbly apologize for that. We'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Edward Akinlade, and he's the group managing director of Howden McCall PLC. We're pleased to have you in our midst, sir. All right, so I was saying the other time, my name is Joke Fekumo. I'm a legal practitioner, and I'm the lead coach and founder of Polished Speech Consult. Polished to polish your shoes, speaking consult. All right, thank you. Okay, at this point, we'd like to listen to the presentation by the guest speaker. And this is no other person than Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakre. In the next 20 minutes, she's going to take us through the topic, the Lagos State real estate market, roles of the government in reviewing real estate laws, rules, regulations, policies. Can you kindly be upstanding, please, while I take your profile? Okay. So, Barrister Barakat Olawomi, yes. Thank you, yes. Barrister Barakat Olawomi Odunuga Bakre holds a degree in law, LLB, from the prestigious University of Bedfordshire, United Kingdom, as well as master's degree LLM in international commercial law from the same institution. She attended the Nigerian Law School. In 2017, Barrister Barakat was elected councillor of Akiomi Coal Ward, Ward E1, Surulere local government. I thought we were going to give her an applause. She was elected leader of the Surulere Legislative Assembly in 2018. She was re-elected as a councillor in 2021, also maintaining her position as the assembly leader. As legislator in Surulere local government area, Barrister Barakat Olawumi Bakare has passed over 27 bylaws during, wow, that's massive. She has passed over 27 bylaws during her time as a leader of the Surulere Legislative Council to ameliorate the living standards of the people in Surulere and also improve the IGR of the council. Barrister Barakat represents women and youth inclusiveness in governance. She was appointed into the Lagos State Executive Council and sworn in as special advisor to Lagos State Governor on housing on Wednesday, 13 September 2023 by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakare. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Please bear with me. I'll be taking my speech from my phone because I'm coming from an event and I didn't know I was going to. The president of FELIREP, Madam Peace Anomnese, Mrs. Akiri Dolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Professor Nubi, whom I've just met, but I think by God's grace, with his presentation today, the Lagos State government has a lot to do with him. So we'll be working together on quite a lot of things. The president of REDAN, my brother, whom came in just in between Professor Nubi's speech. Other distinguished guests here present, female lawyers, whom I'm proud to associate with because I'm one of you. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. So my speech, like I've said, I'll be taking it from my phone, so please bear with me. So it is a delight to stand before you at this maiden edition of the Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice FELIREP's Conference to shed light on a significant aspect of the Lagos State real estate market. The roles of the government in reviewing real estate laws, regulations, policies, and establishing effective monitoring to meet engaging trends and international standards. It is a fact that this sector plays a crucial role in shaping our economic landscape and providing shelter for our growing population. To ensure its continued success, it is imperative for the government to actively review and update real estate laws, rules, regulations, and policies while establishing effective monitoring mechanisms. Lagos State real estate market remains a vibrant force within the national economy, attracting investors seeking diversification and steady returns. Several key trends, challenges, and opportunities are poised to shape the sector. With a rapidly growing population of over 22 million residents of Lagos State, with more people coming in daily, the demand for real estate investment in both residential and commercial sector is very, very high. As Lagos evolves into a smart city and a hub for commercial business transactions in Nigeria and Africa, the state government's involvement is crucial to aligning with international best practices. The role of the state government in reviewing real estate laws is paramount. As the market evolves, law must adapt to address new challenges and opportunities. By reviewing and updating these laws, the government can promote transparency, fairness, and accountability within the sector. This will protect the interests of buyers, sellers, and investors, boosting confidence and attracting more domestic and foreign investments. Establishing comprehensive laws, regulations, and policies is essential for the sustainability development of a real estate market. These guidelines should streamline processes, encourage responsible practices, and foster innovation. Adequate regulations can prevent fraudulent practices, ensure environmental sustainability, and promote inclusive growth. It is government's duty to create an enabling environment that supports the growth and development of real estate sector while safeguarding the interests of all stakeholders. Effective monitoring of the real estate market is also very crucial. The state government has established relevant agencies to monitor the sector, track market trends, identify potential risks, and prevent market manipulations. These mechanisms help enforce compliance with regulations and detect any fraudulent practices in the sector. By implementing an effective monitoring system, the government can maintain stability, enhance market credibility, and protect the rights of buyers and investors. Aligning the Lagos state government, the real estate market with emerging trends and international standards is essential for its growth and competitiveness. Recent initiatives such as the EGIS, Electronic Geographic Information System, digital systems, yes, and unveiling of the state land administration portal that was commissioned about 3 months ago by the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, reflect our commitment to modernization. And I can put it to you that it's Lagos State that started, that's the first to actually have an e-portal for land documentation. So other states are following. Foreclosure, mortgage, and tenancy laws under review at the Lagos State House of Assembly, along with the Lagos State Real Estate Regulation Authority, which I am the overseer, where you can register to practice real estate in Lagos State. So the website is lasrera.lagosstate.gov.ng, which boasts of over almost 1,000 registered practitioners, as steps forward towards integrating emerging trends and meeting international standards. These efforts attract foreign investors, promote sustainable development, and position Lagos State as a desirable destination for real estate investments in Nigeria and Africa at large. The government's reviews, policies, and monitoring mechanisms aim to sensitize, regularize, enforce, and investigate real estate disputes, prosecuting when necessary. This ensures that those operating in the sector remain cautious and compliant with the state's real estate laws. In conclusion, the success of the Lagos State real estate market hinges on the government's active role in reviewing real estate laws, regulations, policies, and establishing effective monitoring mechanisms. By prioritizing transparency, fairness, and sustainability, we can foster a thriving real estate market that meets the needs of our growing population while conforming to emerging trends and international standards. Together, let us build a robust and vibrant real estate sector that contributes to the overall economic prosperity of Lagos State. I urge everyone to spread the word that it is an offense for any individual or organization to practice or engage in real estate business in Lagos State without registering with LASRERA. Let us act responsibly and adhere to the state's real estate laws. As a center of excellence, the real estate market offers great opportunities for our economy. The state will emerge stronger if we all support the government's vision towards a greater Lagos rising. I wish us all fruitful deliberations at this maiden edition of the conference and continued success for FELIREP. Thank you very much. And
thank you once again, ma'am. We're pleased to have you in our midst today. Thank you for that brilliant and brief delivery. All right, at this point, we'd like to take the first panel discussion. And I'd like to invite to the platform the panelists and the moderator for this panel discussion. However, before we take that panel discussion, we'd like to invite to the platform the president of FELIREP to present the gift to Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakri. Can we kindly have you up the platform, ma'am?
Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of the board and the female members of the Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice, we present this gift to you. Thank you.
And we have the Board of Trustees of FELIREP. Can you kindly come outside to take a picture with Barrister Barakat? inform the panelists for this first panel discussion, and these are no other people. The first person is Madam Abimbola Keredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Can we kindly please keep the applause rolling? You see, Nigeria is not a small thing to become an SCN, to become a Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A beautiful lady at that. Yes, ma'am. We also have Mr. Shola Enito. He's one of the panelists for this session. And the moderator for this panel discussion is Madam Eniola Elegushi. Yes, yes. Okay, so let me just take their profiles in a few minutes. Madam Abimbola Keredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Okay, would you like, should I say lady or Mrs.? I can't say Abimbola. Mrs. Okay. All right. Okay, can we kindly have you upstanding? Oh, okay. I'd like to take your profile. I'd like them to know how special and how great you are. However, it cannot be summed up in these few words anyway. Let's just have a little. Okay. May I have your attention, please? Mrs. Abimbola Keredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is the partner in charge of litigation, arbitration, and alternative dispute resolution at the leading Nigerian law firm of Banwo and Igodalo. She's a Senior Advocate of Nigeria, a Notary Public for Nigeria, and a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK, and the Institute of Construction Industry Arbitrators. Prior to obtaining a degree in law, she obtained a first degree in French, where she majored in French and took substantive courses in other European languages. Can we please applaud her? At the University of Lagos. Okay. You know, I feel bad because I didn't take my French seriously in the secondary school. Maybe by now I should be somewhere like that. This background has been advantageous and most useful in enhancing her communication skills with courts, arbitral tribunals, and clients from all over the world in the course of her practice. She has 33 years experience in commercial law, intellectual property, tax, insolvency, labor and industrial disputes. She has wide experience in international and domestic commercial arbitrations, building and construction industry arbitrations, and arbitrations in the oil and gas industry. She has, over the years, advised and represented both local and international organizations and law firms on a wide variety of subjects. She has acted as arbitrator in domestic arbitrations and as counsel in international arbitrations. In 2013, she was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Ogun State, Nigeria. Wow. The first female to be appointed to that office. She's the current chairman of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce International Arbitration Center and chairman of the Ethics, Compliance, and Dispute Resolution Committee of the Lagos branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mrs. Abimbola Keredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. That's huge and phenomenal. Well done, ma'am. All right. Next, I would like to take the profile of Sir Olushola Olalekon Enitan. Can we kindly? Thank you, sir. All right. May I have your attention, please? Sir Olushola Olalekon Enitan is a distinguished valuer, legal expert, and estate surveyor with over 32 years of experience spanning Africa, Europe, and the Americas. He specializes in real estate investment, management, consultancy, and legal advisory. He is known for his expertise in land administration, housing policy, and industrial policy, having contributed significantly to projects like the Ogun State Economic Transformation Project under the World Bank and Orderly Liquidation Systems Developments for Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON. A member of the Nigerian Bar Association, NIASV, IEPAN, and IEDAN. Sir Enito has also held notable positions such as Secretary General of the International Organizations Committee of the United Nations. He's an alumnus of Yaba College of Technology, Nigerian Law School, National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, and Lagos Business School. Sir Enito is also affiliated with Levin Global, a consulting organization specializing in asset optimization across the Americas, and serves as Chief Responsibility Officer of the Cromwell Center for Research in Housing and Urban Development, LTD GTE. He's a ninth of John Wesley, married to Lady Oluremi Enito, and blessed with children. I present to you Sir Onishola Olalekan Enito. So, at this point, I beg us all to lend our ears to the panel discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming and joining this session. My name is Eniola Elegushi. I'm a managing associate at Great Chapel Legal. The topic of discussion this morning is a comparison of foreign laws with Nigerian property laws. We're looking at the gaps as well as recommendation for these gaps that are going to be brought to the fore very shortly. Ma, I'm going to start with you very shortly. There is no doubt that there is a dearth of legislation regulating property law in Nigeria. Indeed, majority of our laws are unfit for purpose, they are inchoate, and they are obsolete. One might even argue that our property laws do not align with international best practices. Indeed. So that brings me straight right into the first question. What are the first question, Ma, is what you think are the key challenges faced by foreign investors in the real estate sector due to Nigerian property laws?
Thank you very much.
I
want to thank FELIREP for the opportunity they have given me to be on this platform. Key challenges faced by foreign investors in the real estate sector.
Yes, please, ma'am.
I don't think we have enough time to go into those challenges in detail. And I'm so happy. I've learned so much from the presentation by the professor this morning. And he really touched on it. Key challenges. Number one, and it's a key challenge not only for foreign investors, even for us locals. Lack of certainty of title. They gave me this biro today in my bag. I am so sure it's mine. I can take it home, I can put it in my will and give to my grandchild. But I cannot say the same for the property I have bought.
Indeed.
And the moment you cannot have certainty in the ownership of anything, there is a problem. And like I said, it's not just for locals, it's also for, not just for foreign investors, it's also for local purchasers. Mr. Lamidi, who is a vulcanizer and hopes to buy half a plot of land in Mowe so that he can build something. There's no certainty of title. And that is a very big problem. We liaise with foreign investors all the time. And one of the first things they will ask you, apart from, how quickly can I get title? So apart from the problem of lack of certainty, there's even a problem with the bureaucracy to the acquisition. Because my evidence of title or acquisition is a document. When the document I'm holding, before I even get the document, the bureaucratic bottlenecks, it takes forever. Lagos has tried. Whether they've succeeded is the debate for another day, so we'll pack that one aside. But the process alone, the foreign investor speaking to you by email says, how long will it take us to get evidence of title? And then we start to create all sorts of nice English to say, well, a lot will depend on this and that, just to avoid the question. The same way they ask us, if a dispute then arises, because dispute is a fact of life, there is no problem having a dispute. It is a fact of life. So they are prepared for it and say, so if we do have a dispute, how long does it take us to resolve it? They will say, well, depending on if we get a judge that is proactive, we might be in the High Court for 12 to 18 months. then if the other side goes on appeal, we may be in the Court of Appeal for 3 years. And then if it goes to the Supreme Court, well, creative language. At the bottom of it all is that no certainty of title, no certainty of even the process to get evidence, documentary evidence of said title, no certainty of the length of dispute resolution. Those are just 3 major blocks. There are lots in between. I don't know how much time I have,
That's
so
fine.
let me.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I'll go straight right into the second question, because related to the first. What are some of the potential benefits of aligning Nigerian property laws with international best practices?
I really don't have much. I'm only Nigeria qualified, so I'm not foreign qualified, so I can only speak to Nigeria. But then, your question suggests that there is an international best practice. So let us say, it's up here.
Threshold.
What does it benefit Nigeria? Oh, let's even leave international best practice alone. Let us even just have best practice, local best practice. International best practice is a high barrier. Let us even have just local best practice. I draw the analogy oftentimes. The Great Wall of China was built many, many years ago over a long period. And what was the intention when they built the wall? Was to secure China. So they went into this expense to build and build, but they kept having invasions. Why? Because the men at the gate will collect cola, and the invaders will come in. If you have the best process in place, but the people who are to man it are not living up to their job, you will not even achieve best practice. It has been said that the laws are obsolete, I concede that the laws need reviewing. But let us even get to the standard of the existing law. Are we obeying it? I was sitting next to a gentleman who said the problem is enforcement. Okay? So why are those who are supposed to enforce not enforcing? Problem number 1. 2, Lagos State has put in electronic processing at the lands registry. But I can tell you, so I say no more. Why is it not working? Because the people we have put to make it work, the same thing when they say we will get your passport within 3 or 6 days. Some vested interest, it's not in their interest for you to get that passport in 3 or 6 days. You need to come and see them. The same thing is happening in the registry. Until we begin to have a sense of commonwealth, I'm sorry, our problems are foundational. Indeed. If you bring the law they are using today in the UK to Nigeria, we are creative. We will frustrate it. So the problem lies in us. A lack of a sense of commonwealth. In Yoruba, they say, "Afemisha lo sologbo deran ogbe." For the benefit of those who don't understand Yoruba, that it is that selfish interest that turned the cat into bushmeat. Other animals they move in packs. They look out for each other. So before they become bushmeat, it will take a long time. But the cat is very selfish, only looking out for himself. So that cat is easy for it to become bushmeat. The more we continue to look out for eye and only stomach infrastructure, our sense of commonwealth continues to remain diminished, and even the best processes in the world will not work. I hope I've spoken to it.
Thank you very much.
We need to deal with those foundational issues before we need to change our mindset. Let us stop thinking about just me. You are a civil servant in government today. Eating. Retirement will come, 60. The gravy train will run dry. How do you plan to continue? Is what you are doing sustainable?
Thank you very much, Ma. And I have one more question for you. Are there areas in... I'm coming to him very shortly.
Thank you.
Are there areas in Nigerian property law that seem outdated or inefficient compared to modern practices?
My personal opinion, and I've said it, let us first obey the one that is on ground. When we then achieve that standard, we can then say, wait a minute, Why are we doing this? Well, we haven't even achieved that basic standard of obeying what the law is. The Land Use Act is the main law that regulates and the professor has very aptly and very ably pointed out the flaws or the weaknesses in that law. It's a constitutional reform that will change it. It has become a revenue or a gravy train for governors and governments. They look to land. Maybe I shouldn't mention. There's a particular state where we understand that the governor said, I spent 6 billion on election. I need to recover it. And it is at lands that the money is supposed to be coming from. So there's complete chaos. So because the man at the top, or the people at the top, are not being up to par in the lands, of course the rats in the house too will say, if Oga can chop, so can I. After all, sorry for those who don't speak Yoruba, that if Oga is stealing, the boy will say, me if I no craze now. If Oga can chop, so can I chop. After all, you only chop where you are working. So let us start to chop. It's workshop. And then it doesn't stop. We need to put a stop to it. So yes, the laws may need amending. But why are you amending something you yourself have not even complied with? Unless you are able to convince me that your failure to comply is because of the defect in the system, I have my doubts if that is the issue. Let us first bring ourselves up to a compliance standard. Then we will be able, because if you change it, it's still going to be business as usual. If it's still being run in the same way. They say if you do something the same way, why are you expecting a different result? So first, let us hold our foot to the fire and obey the law even as it exists. People are building on drainage channels. Seeing the videos that the professor shared was very heartbreaking. Tokunbo Wahab is a personal aburo of mine. I know he doesn't want to do what he's doing. But why would anybody build on a drainage channel? If they sold you land when you want to buy land, don't you do due diligence? But then some people do due diligence, and they get to lands, and lands will say, oh, it's fine, buy, go ahead. And 3 weeks later, when you go back, I say, it didn't show on the system. I had to go and look at it manually to see that there was encumbrance on the land. It's not fair. So these are the things. For me, the law remains the law. Let us even get to obedience. Then we can talk about amending. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. So I'm coming to you now. So I'm going to ask you questions in regards to the sophistication of our current laws. My first question to you, sir, is, do you think that technology has a role to play in streamlining property registration and record keeping in Nigeria?
Technology has a great role to play. And I would like to go to the issues about certainty of title. Blockchain. Blockchain can capture everyone in Nigeria, and give them proper identification. Blockchain technology can capture everybody, and even give you your peculiar identities, such that, if, for example, you acquire a property, blockchain can identify your property. The blockchain system can also be integrated with ArcGIS. ArcGIS is a tool, it's an online tool that can identify you and the particular square meterage of land that you own anywhere on the planet. It can tie you to all the assets you may own wherever on the planet. And technology has a great role to play in advancing real estate and economic growth in Nigeria. most of the challenges that we have are largely due to human inconsistencies, incontinence, and greed, especially as it relates to real estate. People are very greedy. They are never content. Even in a situation where you meet with the right family, land-owning family, you cannot know how many of them make up that family. But with blockchain technology, you can know how many of them, including their infants, can be captured, such that tomorrow, if anyone comes, you can easily trace his tree. Who are his ancestors? Who are, everything can be integrated by technology. Aside from that, Google Maps can give you specificity with respect to particular properties. The height of the property you acquired, the stage at which you acquired that property can be shown and related to your title. And there are a lot of things, the city life, city space, cityscape, everything can be regulated using technology. For example, the challenges we have with respect to collapsed buildings and people building on drainage channels, technology can resolve it. Because when all the drainage channels are identifiable, they are known. The law already says, I think it's the Lagos State Environmental Protection Law, already says that you should leave a minimum of 10 meters from the center of the canal. Okay? So if you do not leave that 10 meters, by the time you go for land information, okay, it would have shown. Land information can also come with a restriction to say that this is where you are supposed to start your construction. Everything can be tied to technology, if we have people of integrity manning it. Because what, the learned SAN said about the human factor is foundational to every of our challenges in life, not just in real estate. And real estate is life anyway.
I totally agree, sir.
Thank you.
That brings me to my second question. How can legal education and public awareness be improved to ensure better understanding of property rights in Nigeria?
One of the things that I have seen, by the way, my group did the compensation claims for Landmark. Landmark has a compensation claim. Most of the things we heard the minister saying, that is all over the YouTube and all that, may one day become evidences in an arbitration panel. So one of the key things that we lack as lawyers is probably advocacy. I think we are not restricted by the professional ethics to do advocacy, because advocacy is the giving of enlightenment to society to enable them understand their roles as to the law and their responsibilities in law. I think one of the key things that has been done in recent times by my group is to seek to improve in advocacy. Going out, and challenging the minds of the people to see things that are in the law which they never saw. For example, everybody knows about the beaches and the Atlantic Ocean and all that. But does everybody know about what is called riparian rights? Riparian rights, these are the rights of people who face the waterfront. What they are buying is not just the land. They are buying with the prospect of being able to see the waterfront, being able to access, to use, to enjoy the water. And if people don't know you will, of course, see issues where, you know, a supposedly well-enlightened person will represent Nigeria and say things that really, you know, don't mean jack. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Totally, sir.
Advocacy. Advocacy. We cannot beat advocacy. Also, there are connectivities that needs to be made. A lot of the laws have been revised by decisions of court. Those laws that have been revised by decisions of court are still standing without them amended. So people are still acting in ignorance. So there is a need to connect that nexus, you know, using, you know, maybe the Nigerian Bar Association or the legislative arms of government to ensure that, you know, these things are seen in better light. Better education is communication at the right time.
My last question, sir, is in the event that these reforms are going to be made, and as they are being proposed, how do we ensure that the reforms will be in tandem with, they would address the issues, the needs of all stakeholders? If the laws are indeed reformed, how do we ensure that they meet the needs of the people specifically?
I think it's a challenge for all professionals in the real estate environment to ensure that, you know, the needs of the people, laws are actually supposed to meet the needs of the people. And the best way by which we can gauge whether the needs of the people are being met is in the growth, in the economic growth that is supposed to happen when laws, good laws are put in place to ensure that, you know, society develops. So where you see that there are challenges, for example, you see flooding, you see, you know, all over the place. The same government that enforces sanitation and environmental, you know, environmental protection is the same government who failed to clear the drains. You understand? So, I mean, the needs of the people is to have an environment that is clean, that is conducive, that does not, I mean, how do you then compensate, you know, people whose properties were destroyed in the last 2 days by floods? Because I think the government has gone out yesterday to go and clean the drains and the water has gone. So who takes care of compensation? The needs of the people as of now, right now, you know, with respect to the flood damage that happened in the last 3 days, 2 days, 3 days, you know, is that covered in law? You know, so, I mean, ensuring that the needs of the people are met is by gauging their economic development and to see that there is growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this panel session.
Sorry.
Yes, please, ma'am.
I would just want to contribute to that last question. How do we ensure that the needs of the people are met?
Yes, ma'am.
When these laws are passed? So, passage of the law, and your question is, once the law is passed, how do we, I think, before we pass the law, stakeholder engagement is very important. If you pass those laws without the involvement of the people to whom the law is going to apply and who are who the law is going to bind, it's a waste of time, as you yourself have said. So stakeholder engagement is very critical. This cloak and dagger method of passing the law, giving them 12 hours notice to come and make their contribution, cannot work. Stakeholder engagement is critical. And those who are passing the law and trying to use cloak and dagger to do it should not forget that they will one day leave the hallowed chambers of the legislature or wherever it is they are, and the law will apply to them. So it will be in their interest to ensure that the majority and the stakeholders are carried along in passing the law.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll take 2 questions from the audience. Any questions, please? Yes, please, sir.
Yeah, I mean, on the issue of people not being aware, that's my issue now. That the laws are so many. How do we get people to even know about these several laws. Until the conviction of this boy that dresses like a woman. Huh? Bobrisky, huh? You see, until he was sentenced, I never knew that to spray money was illegal. And this law has been there since 2007. And I said, Nigerian prison, everybody should be there. Children's wedding, I spread money. In the church, we spray money. Even in the church. So, how do we deal with such hidden law? You know, like you want to take insurance. They will tell you that there is something they write small, you won't be able to read. When you come for claim, it's when you come for claim, they will say, he's there. So how do we, these several laws, because someone just told us that when we are doing that workshop, someone just said, look, concerning in Lagos today, for sinking borehole without permission is 6 years imprisonment. And everybody are just digging borehole. So how do we know? How do we decide? If you want to be, if government want to put you in prison, there are several things. When that person told me that, look, do you know that cutting grass in your compound and burning it is 6 months? So, and I've been doing that all my life.
Burn it at night.
So, I don't so that advocacy, we can step up advocacy. So we can dig up all the laws that will help this sector and actually dig up advocacy. Because that estate at Mende has been there for 18 years. For 18 years. They got approval. They have approval. No, this particular estate, they were with me. They have approval. It's eventually when they brought out the approval that they said you did not get drainage approval. I started my life as a town planner. By the time you will be given building approval, looked at drainage, cable, power tension, everything, setback. But there are these laws that are standing alone. That a section in the ministry does not even know that this law is in a Environmental Protection Agency. Today, there are laws regulating the noise level of your generator. Before you can bring generator to your house, you have to invite them from the Environmental Protection Agency and get clearance that this is the decibel of this noise. If not, you could be put into prison. If you don't have that paper, you must get paper. That's what the law says. So we have so many of these things that we are not aware of, that we must, as lawyers, actually, we have to really dig them up and actually help this country with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Can I?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Sir, thank you very much. And I totally agree with everything you have said. But I must then knock the bottom out of everything by saying ignorance of the law is no excuse. So what do we do? Having agreed that position, I think organizations like FELIREP and have and in this area where government is into revenue drive, we can put it together a small compendium and make it available to your members, or you need to recover the cost of printing. But that kind of document from an organization like this will put you in the front burner. Women do it before the men.
Well noted, ma. I'm taking the hints of the court.
So, and in different organizations or groups to which we belong, we can do this to help our members. And if one of your members has that kind of compendium, in giving legal advice to somebody who says they want to buy a house, or asking you for real estate advisory, you can also then throw it in and say, you need to also have this, and that person will be forever indebted to you. That, wow, this my real estate person is really good, full of information. Someone else has that problem, say, talk to my guy, and it's business for you. So
thank you very much, ma'am. That is well noted and will be effected accordingly. Thank you. Any questions?
I hope I will get a complimentary copy for bringing the idea.
You will, ba. We assure you. Questions, suggestions for this panel is closed. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Ceci Onde. I think Nancy just spoke my mind. I think I want to address you, as lawyers. I bought Laws of Lagos State last month, about 300,000, and I felt that money was not big money, but I felt the impact. And what our town planner said is actually correct. I've counted like 5 or 6 different laws that were passed before Lazarera. I started taking notes, and I'm like, wow, this is a serious problem. I think I started creating content on these things on LinkedIn, because I'm quite big on LinkedIn. So when people don't know about these things, I'm like, even me, I don't know about these things. Like, there's a law in Lagos State that says 2007 law that has allowed us to sign documents electronically before we amended the Evidence Act in Nigeria. But we don't know. So the way forward, I think FELIREP can start by buying those laws, because they're quite expensive. You can come as a group, buy those laws, let your members have access, because one person buying is quite, might tell in your pocket, but buy as a group and start seeing how we can bring out these things. And put it online. We're online, put it on, can have blogs or whatever, people will see it. They might not come immediately to contact you, but if you continue doing it over time, I give you 2 years, you guys will be a force. So let's start with that. People who don't know a lot of things, even lawyers don't know it. If I don't know a lot of things, it's not about saying it's not trying to put anybody down. There's just too many laws around. So if you can come together and start advancing, government, you're even going against your own law. This is what your own law says. And start taking, I told my friend who's a founder, start taking positions. This conference is a very good platform. Make statements on certain things to the media. Say, the law says this thing we are doing, we think you are out of line. We're not fighting you guys. We're trying to see how we can work together. That is how government can start thinking and saying that, peers, we have good intentions, we are doing it the wrong way. Let's look back and see, because people are watching us now. And if we start acting like we don't have watchdogs, who will put us in check? That's my own contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, sir.
I want to take a different view on what has been said or what has been asked. I actually believe that our government, both federal and states, are committing crime against Nigerians. How or why did I say so? Most of these laws are passed in one day, at the back of every one of us. Let me not go be specific on this one. Let me just go and talk about some of those states that are passing law. Emir removed in one day. So many other, I don't want to go there. Like this Lagos State Regulatory Agency Authority is good. But then you have to pay 1 million to be there on an annual basis. That is what my company is paying. Now, when these laws are being passed, where did they hold, what do you normally call it? Open hearing. In Lagos State, they must go to every local government, put it on all newspaper, announce it. No, it's always passed overnight. It is when later you know about it and you are bound. Ignorance is an excuse, but I am saying those governments are committing crime against we Nigerians. How do we stop it? Question for the panel.
Well, I think on the issue of Lazarera, there was a time, in between Lazarera and Lazarera. Lazarera is the Real Estate Regulatory Authority. It used to be called Real Estate Transactions Department. The two, the two, whether Lasrera or Last Retreat, were actually set up to ensure that there is proper real estate transactions monitoring and enforcement, fundamentally. However, public hearing for the Lasrera law, as that actually identified, was not there. And then when the law was passed, the law was not in circulation for almost 2 years. We were asking, where is this law? We were even asking government officials, and they could not provide the law. I had to reach somebody who was in the committee who drafted the law to send me a draft copy that was sent to the assembly for passage, for me to be able to see the contents of what that law consists of. I think, as lawyers, we can file, suits that will ensure that government does the right thing. Mandamus.
Thank you.
It's the way to go.
Thank you very much.
That completely reflects, sir, if you know of any law that was passed without satisfying the requirements, you're sufficiently invested. I live for things like that. We will set it aside. And you see, because we don't fight it,
That's the problem.
Yoruba, it has become, they take us for granted. But sir, if you know of it, there are tools in the law. I'm a general of the law. So we have our weapons with which I am familiar. And we set that law aside. State, federal, it can be done. As long as they have not complied with what the law says they should do in passing that law, we will set it aside. I can do it pro bono, but you pay all filing fees. No, it is champati. It's champatious for me to fund your litigation. It's champati, but I can do it as a public interest litigation. Yes. But if I fund it for you, it's champati, and I will be violating my own ethics. Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, that brings us to the end of this panel session. I think it has been discussed.
Oh.
Yes. Noted. Thank you very much. Yes, please. This session. This panel one. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you for an
Mrs. Abimbola Keridolu and Mr. Shola Enito. Also, please, the Board of Trustees of the FELIREP should kindly come outside to join in the photo.
On behalf of the female lawyers in real estate, FELIREP, the President, and the Board of Trustees, we hereby present this to you. Thank you, Ma, for the robust conversation. We are grateful. On behalf of the female lawyers in real estate practice, the President and the Board of Trustees and members of the female lawyers in real estate, we present this to you. Thank you, sir, for the robust conversation. On behalf of the female lawyers in real estate practice, the president and the board of trustees, we present this to you. Thank you for being a wonderful moderator for this session. I would like to invite the
All right, we'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Sesi Hondeyi, and he's the principal partner of Bloomgate Solicitors. Yes, we're pleased to have you in our midst. Okay. Yes, the Lagos State Real Estate Regulation Authority, LASRA, is around. They're outside. Their table is outside. So in case you want to register with them, you can kindly go outside and locate their table. All right, at this time, we'd like the next item on the program for today is the inauguration of the Board of Trustees of the Female Lawyers in Real Estate, FELIREP. So one after the other, I'll call them outside, then I'll invite our pastor to inaugurate them. So the first person I'd like to call to the platform is Adaku Ochiwa, and she is the Director of Strategy of the Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice. Next is Chioma Okwowulu, and she's the Director of Corporate Social Responsibility. Please, let's keep the applause rolling. These people have done a lot. We also like to invite Adetola Adeleye, and she's the Director of Corporate Governance and Compliance. Okay, she's online, all right. Okay, also we'd like to invite Ifeoma Obel Moloku, and she's the Director of Welfare. Is she around? Can she kindly come outside? Okay. Also, Tosin Omotosho, she's the Director of Technology and Social Media. Omotayo Akinubi, she's the Director of Administration. However, she's presently not in Nigeria. We also like to invite Flourishing Olu Adekoya, and she's the Vice President of Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice, FELIREP. And we'd like to invite Madam President herself. This is no other person than Peace Davis Anomnese, the President of Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice. So, please, sir, we're honored to have you inaugurate this wonderful set of people.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, should I say that this is a huge privilege for me to be here this morning. Huge privilege for me to have heard all that has been shared earlier on by our prof. Was huge enlightenment for me, and also the panelists as well. Prof shed light on the issues surrounding real estate investment. The panel discussion also looked at the challenges as well as the recommendations, what could be done. And here we have learned ladies that have been charged and called upon at this time to be in the forefront and lead, well, somebody said advocacy amongst other things, in making the real estate market, real estate investment effective in our country. As we have heard, this one is a tall order. They need to be supported in every way. We all need to stand with them. We all need to encourage them. And we also need to pray for them. So I want to firstly congratulate you for this privileged position that you have been called into. And I want to encourage you that you have conceived this. Basically means that it can be done. You have the desire to do it. This was not a mandatory thing. This is something that you have given yourself to. And I believe that the vision will be realized. In Jesus' mighty name. So allow me to congratulate you and also to formally welcome you as Board of Trustees of FELIREP. And it is my prayer, that you will be able to achieve quite a lot within a very short period of time. So please, if you can, I ask all of us, whichever way you pray, whichever way you can pray, and just stretch your hands. Your right hand is the hand of blessing, as we know it in my religion. Just stretch it towards them and pray for them. Firstly, we want to pray that the Lord will preserve their lives. We can only do this if they are alive. Let us pray that the Lord will preserve them. The Lord will keep them alive. Secondly, pray that the Lord will give them peace of mind, that they will have peace of mind at home, peace of mind in their families, peace of mind in their own businesses and in their own careers, to be able to have time for this noble calling. Let us pray for them, that the Lord will give them wisdom. The Lord will give them understanding. Let us pray that the Lord will also open doors for them. We've spoken concerning advocacy, that the doors will be wide open unto them and they will have access into the places where they need, into people, into organizations that they need to be able to be effective in that which they have been called to do. Let us pray for success concerning their vision and their mission, that indeed it will be a blessing to our country. Let us pray that they are coming together. It is not going to be just for a society, but rather that which will transform our society. Father, we thank you, we give you praise, we bless your holy name. Commit your daughters into your hands, whom you have called by yourself, ordained at this time to take the lead concerning the issues around real estate investment, particularly from the law perspective. Father, we pray that in the name of Jesus, that you will open the heavens upon them and you will give them wisdom with which to be able to do what is right, to be able to advocate for what is right, wisdom with which to be able to help the citizenry, wisdom with which to be able to help the nation, even help the government. We pray that you will give them uncommon and unusual favor, that will open doors of access unto them, that they will be able to go and advocate, they will be able to go and change what is wrong into what is right, that you will use them mightily, O God, to be able to be a blessing to the real estate industry. Father, we pray in the name of Jesus that individually you will bless them with long life. You will bless them with peace of mind, peace that surpasses all understanding. Let it garrison their hearts. We pray, Father, in the name of Jesus, that you will bless them with understanding and knowledge to be able to know what to do. Father, we pray in the name of Jesus that you will bless them with good health. Now, Father, raise helpers unto them, those who you will use to complement their effort. Father, raise helpers in corridors of power Raise helpers everywhere in the name of Jesus. Father, we pray that in the name of Jesus, they coming into the real estate scene, there shall be a difference. There shall be a difference. There shall be a difference. Within a short period of time, let them record huge successes. In this mission, they will not fail. They will not be discouraged. They will not be tired. Father, we thank you because of them, oh God, and FELIREP, there is going to be a massive change in the real estate practice in Nigeria. Father, we thank you for this. We ask you to take all the glory and all the honor and all the adoration. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
A million thanks, sir. All right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have received a lot intellectually this morning. At this point, we'd like to receive a lot as well into our bellies. So, I'm pleased to inform you that tea is outside. Are we not excited? All right. Okay, so I have been asked to inform us that there's a time for that. We have 10 minutes for tea. And should we just continue? Because nobody wants to go outside to get something into their bellies. We have 10 minutes. After that, you can get your tea and your snack. Come to the hall, sit here. Come to the hall to sit here. We would like to invite Madam Flourishing Adekoya. Madam Flourishing Adekoya, where is she to present the gift? Okay. And
on behalf of the board and the members of the female lawyers in real estate practice, we present this gift to you. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you.
This is International DJ Cypher in the Mix. turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
I get money, can't you tell? What boss, vibe cartel. Cause I care. After party, you can share my bed. Party time, let it BG. Pull up, MBG. Gave me the pussy cause I'm such a G. G so good, she don't wanna leave. Paris. Tell your friends I'm going for a ride. Oh yeah. The party's at my greatest time now. Oh yeah. I'll buy you good, nothing for you.
You know go keep pressing, lálẹ́ you go learn lesson. Wọ́n ní kí ní abẹ́ ó wà juicy gan. Bí mo jẹ ṣe wà yìí mo wà tasty gan. Jẹ́ kí n gbẹ́ni sí jọ, jẹ́ kí n penetrate. Wọ́n ló yọmi, let me have it. Iṣẹ́ tókì tó dùn bí ti jì látò. Má bọ́ dàgbò bébí owó wà látò. Náwó làwa ní kíkà ti wá. Olóṣèlú ìyàká tèmi ti lá. Àṣàlá tún ti ń bá tèmi ti ṣá. Ṣùgbọ́n ìjọ tí mo rí ẹ báyìí lójú mi ti ká. Orí kò sùn, ìfẹ́ ìpọ́jù. Ìpàdé ìdámi lọ́rùn bébí ó pọ̀jù. Kàmákàtì ọ̀nà ìkẹ́tọ́ level. Well, it's fair, it is one another level. Sit down, you know.
Is over. You can kindly come back inside.
It is your favorite #1 Nigerian saxophonist. My name is Lemmy Sax.
All right, let's come back together. It's time for the next panel discussion. Please, we can kindly come back inside. It's time for the next panel discussion. You can come inside with your tea, your juice, and your snacks. Thank you. It's time for the next panel discussion. Can we kindly come inside? It's time for the next panel discussion. All right, I'd like to invite to the platform the panelists for this panel discussion. And the first person I would invite to the platform is Prince Barrister Adeoye, and he's the president of the Real Estate Developers Association. Can we kindly have upstage Prince Barrister Adeoye? Is he outside? Where is he? We also like to invite to the platform engineer Adeyoye, and he's the Nigerian Institute. He's a member of the Nigerian Institute of, he's the president of the Nigerian Institute of Structural Engineers. Yes, sir. All right. All right, we'd like to invite to the platform Madam Adaobi Nwanze. She's the CEO of the Landmark Group. She's the secretary of the Landmark Group. All right, Mrs. I understand that Uzo Oshogwe, the CEO of Afriland Properties PLC, will join online. All right, okay. Then I'd like to invite to the platform as well Mr. Edward Akinlade, the Group Managing Director of the Haldane McCall PLC. Please, let's keep the applause rolling. I believe we have feel now because we have eaten. All right, we'd like to invite to the platform as well Dr. Michael Oladiji, the CEO of Rustin Group. Dr. Michael Oladiji, okay. Please, let's keep the applause rolling for Mr. Dr. Michael Oladiji, the CEO of Rustin Group. And the moderator for this panel discussion is Mr. Sesi Hondeyi, and he's the principal partner of the Bloomgate Solicitors. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't murder that name. I humbly apologize, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So, I'd like to read their profiles. In 2 minutes, I'll just do that. I'll start with you, sir. Please, sir, can we have you upstanding, sir? Yes, sir, Prince Barrister Adeoye. And, sorry, sir. Okay. Barrister Prince Akintoye Felix Adeoye is a quintessential property developer with remarkable career spanning over 30 years. What's going on? What's going on? I thought we were going to applaud him. He holds a Bachelor of Laws and a Master of Laws from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. Yes. He was called to the Nigerian Bar in 1993. He also earned a Bachelor of Theology from Life Seminary, Ikorodu. Yes, thank you. Please, if you're clapping, please keep the applause and let it be loud. Yes. We have food in our bellies now, so we have some strength. He completed the Owners Managers Program and Chief Executive Program at the Lagos Business School, Pan-Atlantic University, Nigeria. He completed the Advanced Management Program at the Instituto de Estudios Superiores de la Empresa Business School, University of Navarra, Barcelona, Spain. His pursuit of excellence also led him to the Real Estate Institute in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and various workshops, conventions, and conferences in Canada, the USA, the United Kingdom, Europe, and East Africa. With over 30 years of practical experience in both legal and real estate sectors, Prince Akintoye has played pivotal roles in numerous real estate projects within and outside Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Barrister Prince Akintoye Adeoye. All right. Okay, the next person whose profile I'm going to read is Engineer Johnson Adeyoye. Thank you, sir. Okay. Engineer Johnson Adeyoye, as a recipient of the Foreign Scholarship Award, was awarded the Master of Science degree in Civil Engineering with specialization in bridges and tunnels at the Moscow Automobile and Highway Engineering Institute, now Moscow State Technical University. He joined the Lagos State Ministry of Works and Transport / Ministry of Environment as an executive engineer / senior engineer. Then had a brief spell at the Federal Ministry of Labor and Productivity, National Directorate of Employment, Lagos State, as a principal / chief engineer. He is a corporate member / fellow, Nigerian Society of Engineers, registered engineer by the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, CORIN, and a corporate member / fellow, Nigerian Institution of Structural Engineers. He has served in different positions in the Nigerian Institution of Structural Engineers, both at the branch and national levels, and is currently the president. He has also served in all the executive committees of all the housing estates where he has lived in Lagos State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Engineer Johnson Adegboyega Adeyoye. We're pleased to have you in our midst, sir. All right. The next person whose profile I'll read is Adaobi Nwanze. Madam Adaobi Nwanze, can we please have you upstanding? I'd like to read your profile in the next few minutes. Adaobi Nwanze is the Chief Legal Officer of the Landmark Group. She has an LLB from the University of Benin, a BL from the Nigerian Law School, and a postgraduate certificate in law from Queen Mary University of London. Prior to joining Landmark Group, she worked as an associate in Stream Sowers & Co. with key experience in litigation and corporate commercial law. Since joining the group in 2008, she has handled the General Counsel brief, company secretarial practice, compliance matters, and corporate governance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Adaobi Nwanze. All right, thank you. The next person whose profile I will read is Mr. Edward Akinlade. Mr. Edward Akinlade, thank you, sir. All right. Okay. Mr. Edward Akinlade, Mr. Edward Olanrewaju Akinlade is a fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accountants and fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN. He obtained his MBA from the London School of Business Studies in 2010. He attended London School of Accountants in 1990, where he got his CIMA qualification. He obtained National Diploma in Business Administration from Lagos State Polytechnic College of Science and Technology in 1983. Mr. Akinlade worked with Southeast Business Services from 1993 to 1999. From 1999 to 2003, he worked with Best Value Associates, seconded to Alpha Merchant Bank London as the head of Treasury. He thereafter, from 2003 to 2006, worked with Lambro Limited in London as their managing director. In 2007, Mr. Akinlade registered and became the group managing director of Suru Group Limited. He is currently the group managing director of Holiday McCall PLC, with Suru Express Hotels Limited and Suru Homes Limited being his subsidiaries. He is highly competent in property finance and trading, versatile in the origination, conception, structuring, and completion of a wide range of property developments. He has pioneered the development of cooperative upscale luxury terrace housing units in the local Nigerian market and abroad. He pioneered the arrival of the U.S. Best Western Hotels brand in Ikeja, Lagos. Wow. Mr. Akinlade possesses excellent advisory and project implementation skills. He has sat on the board of different companies where his board leadership has made a remarkable difference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Edward Akinlade. All right. The next person whose profile I will read is Dr. Michael Oladiji. Can we please have you stand, sir? Thank you, sir. Dr. Michael Oladiji is the group president for Rustin Group, a world-class conglomerate of repute providing top-notch services in technology, media, and real estate. He holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He later bagged the master's in business administration in operational management at the same University of Ibadan. Dr. Michael Oladiji holds a doctorate degree of Doctor of Business Administration from Swiss School of Business and Management, Geneva, Switzerland. Dr. Michael Oladiji also holds an international diploma from the International Institute in Germany. He's a certified Oracle 10G database administrator from the Oracle University, USA. He's a member of the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria. In 2013, he was honored by the City and Guilds of London through the Department for Protective Systems in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, an alumnus of the Faith Foundation. He has a portfolio of transferable skills and professional experience with about 20 years across various business units. Can we please applaud these people? When you celebrate people, people will celebrate you. See, these panel sessions, we have people who have great pedigree. People you say of timber and caliber. Can we kindly applaud these people, please? I'm a Yoruba girl. They say Ori mi wu. As I'm reading the profile, Ori mi wu. I say my head is bigging. Permit me to say that. Okay, so he's a media, corporate and marketing communications, business, operations and development expert. He's into real estate brokerage and development with core competence in information communication technology. He has won several awards and holds various certifications in diverse fields. In 2015, he joined other prominent leaders and thought and was conferred with the Kwame Nkrumah Leadership Award. He is currently the deputy chairman of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry Real Estate Group. He's also a mentor of the South African Institute of Black Property Practitioners. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dr. Michael Oladiji. All right, you may have your seat, sir. Right now, I'd like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Shesi Hundeyi.
Thank you very much. So it's about afternoon. So good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited to be here? Are you sure? All right, I'm excited too, like you are. So this panel session is going to be a 2-in-1 panel session. There have been 2 moderators here, but I'm the only one that will be doing this, but I'm up to the task. Anyways, so we are looking at, oh, okay, awesome. Sorry, can you tell the guests, can you tell our audience, let them meet you? Why have that microphone for? All right. So I would focus on the aspect that has to do with the legal aspects, the challenges faced by developers in real estate.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Leratuli Kenna-Okoro, and I'm going to be moderating the panel that is going to be talking to the chairman of NISTRUCT and the REDAN of Nigeria. We're going to be addressing what their roles are, what they think that should be their roles, and how it is that they can perform their roles more efficiently in the sector. We look forward to having all the conversations and questions from all of you that are here.
Yes, I have just been informed that Uzoamaka Oshogwe is online. Yes, there she is. Can we kindly, yes. Thank you, ma'am. I'll just take your profile shortly. Uzoamaka Oshogwe is a seasoned professional with over 30 years of experience. She holds a BSc in chemistry from Ambrose Ali University, an MSc in information systems design from the University of Westminster, and a certificate in real estate management from Harvard Business School. Please keep the applause rolling. She also completed the advanced management program at Lagos Business School and IASE Barcelona. She's a member of the Institute of Management and Institute of Credit Administrators and a member of the Institute of Directors. Her career includes roles at Ford Motors, J. Sainsbury PLC, Accenture and UBA PLC. She joined UBA Properties Limited, which became Afriland Properties PLC, where she has led significant real estate projects and established the company as a top real estate firm in Africa. Afriland Properties was named one of the best places to work in Nigeria under her leadership. A strong advocate for gender inclusion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Uzoamaka Oshogwe. We're pleased to have you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Shesi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for that good introduction. On this panel, we have, I'll call them developers, and we have the professionals who work with developers. That's how I can term them. So we have a ratio of, I think it's about 3 to 2, 3 or 4. Yeah, 4 of them are developers, 4 to 2. Yes, so but we'll find a way to merge the questions. So I will start with Landmark, because Landmark has been in the news. So Landmark has been, but don't worry, it's nothing controversial. Yes, and those issues are issues that I think for all of us we are learning, and Nigeria is a very unique country where you think you know it all, you think you've done everything right, and suddenly something happens and you realize that, wow, so it appears there's something I need to learn. So Landmark is a very good case study for us on this panel. So the question I have for you, ma'am, is that what key legal hindrances do real estate developers face when embarking on their projects? Because the law is actually supposed to be an enabler. But are there issues within the law that you have seen, like we've just seen recently, that you think that going forward should be able to navigate better?
Thank you very much. Good day, all. It's an honor to be on this panel. What key legal issues does one face in undertaking development in this country? I think first things first, you have three different arms of government that are looking to have oversight over what you're trying to do when you're trying to create value. You have the federal, you have the state, you have the local, and in between you still have the ministries, departments, and the agencies. And quite a few times you find that they all want the exact same thing. So I would say one of the issues you have is uncertainty, because while you plan and you budget and everything, you don't know what's going to come out at some point in time. So as a developer, one of the things you do is that you budget that risk, you put that cost in your project cost, and ultimately it reaches the end user, the end consumer. And when you think about the fact that housing for all in Nigeria is still a it's a myriad concept. It's not something that is we see happening in the foreseeable future, if you say. These sort of things ultimately choke off the ability to provide housing, which we would say is a normal, fundamental, basic human right in a sense. So it's the uncertainty and the cost, because there is a cost to these things in terms of actual monies you pay out to several organizations, several authorities, because you just want to be able to just develop and deliver your project. All these monies you pay, and that ultimately ends up, we all pay for it in one way or the other. So it's the uncertainty and the cost ultimately, and then the fact that the Commonwealth doesn't get to be spread around. It gets concentrated in, unfortunately, very few hands. Yes, that's it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Shagwe, can you hear us? I want to come to Mr. Shagwe because he's also a developer. Can you hear us, ma'am? Mrs. Oshogwe, can you hear us very clearly? While we get to her, let me come to Mr. Michael, then I'll allow my co-body to take.
Or you know what, let's just even piggyback off of that question, because that question is very instrumental to even the professionals. We're talking the cost, we're talking investors, we're talking expectation. So let's start on with instructee, as you said, sir. In this type of scenario, we know that, so let's even leave the first part of developers need to have all the approvals and all that in place. When we come into the actual process of construction, there always has to be a structural engineer. We can't always say that government should hold the cane that basically monitors everybody. How do we impose different levels of management, different levels of checks and balances, so that investors who actually are then trusting their money into these projects can actually get some form of security? She has she has rightfully talked about the not knowing, the unsurety of everything. How can your role as structural engineers help to bring some form of comfort to that process? That's one thing that I think I would like to address here.
Thank you for having me. Everybody, I have listened, not just this section, but I listened to, honestly, the problem we have is that, somebody mentioned it, we don't follow due process. We don't follow due process. If somebody tells me he or she wants to develop something, land itself. I will follow and find out the solution about concerning the land. There is a directorate in Alausa known as Directorate of Land Services. You go there, you ask them to help you do it. You know them. Don't ask them to circumvent
any of the steps.
You don't need to get the approval at all costs. Like Professor Nubi mentioned Arujobe and Mende.
Absolutely.
As a young officer, I will still answer you. As a young officer in Alausa, when we went there, because we had all the maps, the survey maps, the area survey maps, and you know that even from what you are seeing, so swampy, very bad terrain, you have to be very careful. When you tell clients that, look, this area is bad, you avoid this area. He or she will tell you that's the place he or she would prefer and would want to actually bribe you. If you listen to him or her, you understand? So you see, what we need to do is to follow due diligence. I can tell you that I've been instrumental for assisting people who are overseas, the UK, US, to get properties here. But because when we get the land, most times I will do it from Lagos State government, do due diligence, make sure that I get the approval as all the things that would lead to obtaining the approval, I will do it. And when we want to construction, I will make sure that there are 5 areas of construction that you have to adhere to. That's the planning. I know I don't have much time. That's the planning itself. It's very rigorous. Conduct the planning. If you do it legitimately, you cannot go wrong. The design itself.
Very key.
Very, very key. Who are the people designing? Structural engineers are supposed, foreign registered, N9-T certified structural engineers are the ones that are supposed to help you do the structural design. The architect would design it. They are always very fanciful. That's what they will do. You use the mechanical and electrical engineers to put the services in place. But I tell you, if your structure or your building is going to stand and withstand the test of time and display the durability that you want for 50 years, for 100 years, the span that you want your structure to retain. It is the duty of a Korean registered N9-T certified structural engineers. We don't want to do that. Okay? We don't want to do that. We want to avoid that. Because, you see, because when they present papers to you and they tell you that they will help you to supervise it, you just assume that any builder could do it. And that is where we have problems. Any builder could do it. And that is key. And when you see structures collapsing, we are not talking of architecture now. We are talking of structural engineering. It is structural engineering. And I make bold to tell you, look, the man that designed the first core, the 3 buildings at Gerard Road in 2021, you see, it was awful. It was embarrassing on national television for him to be saying that, well, I don't know, mentioning his name, I don't know whether he's well, let me mention the first name, Mr. Femi, saying that he will not engage professionals in his work. And you can imagine a cobbler going into that. And each flat in those high-rise structures, they actually went for not naira, dollars, $600,000, $1.2 million, and yet you didn't have competent hands. Nigeria is blessed with the best hands. Absolutely. If you come to N9-T, I'm currently the president, chairman in council. If you come there, whatever you want to design, whether world-leading design, I will give you the structural engineers that will do it for you. They have earned their names. And that is why if you look at the first set of buildings we have, particularly in this Lagos Island, there is nothing wrong with them 50-something years down the line.
Exactly.
So we need to follow due process.
Right.
If we follow due process and do it legitimately, we cannot run into problems.
That's totally understood, sir. But the question then becomes, what do you think that in your organization can be added in as a measure to help to manage this? You've labeled different reasons, different ways that you get circumvented. What do you think? Because here we're trying to talk about the roles of the different parties as professionals. What do you think should be a role that becomes sacrosanct to development, that investors, because every time we talk about real estate, we a lot of times we forget the investors. The investors are on one side of the table. The developers are on the other side of the table. If investors are not buying, developers are out of work.
Certainly.
So what role do you think should become sacrosanct such that investors can hold something on that end and say, if you don't have, it's not going to be cast in stone, but then it can become something that investors look out for, and they know if this is missing, it's a red flag.
Look, I will answer, but that is actually a question for the people you call, I will answer it. You need to secure what the investor is putting on the table. And that is the role that you need to do. And how do you secure it? By making sure that even where you want to top the development, safe, you have valid title, and you can have it. You have valid title and you can have it. Yeah. When somebody said, I think it was Professor Nubi who mentioned it, that they said something did not go to drainage. I am telling you, they will avoid that thing going to, they will avoid it because they know in drainage, people there are strict. They will tell them to their faces.
It won't work.
Are you getting me? Yeah. They will tell them to their faces that it will just not work. So they will just say, let's avoid it. But in years to come, it is when the thing backfires, just like you see the honorary commissioner doing today. Nobody likes to put down an edifice because we all know the cost.
To it.
Look, Mr. Femi Oshibono, what was his name? Unfortunately, in the, Four Square Gospel project, the three duplexes, he also went with it. That was saved him. Otherwise, it would be litigation for the rest of his life. Do you understand? We just need to do the correct thing.
At the right time.
At the right time. If you do it, look, they will bring a law. Let us leave the name, whether they call it LAPSCA or LASPA or LASERA. Once it concerns you, follow up. Talk to them, meet them, and see how it concerns you, and then engage with them and make sure that you look. I don't drive regularly. My driver is downstairs. But when my driver's license expired May 29th, I was born on May 29th. Before May 29th, when I went to where they renew, it was like, God, what have you come to do? I've come to renew my driver's license. Okay. I drive once in a while.
Right.
Do you understand me? Because I enjoy driving.
Yeah.
You see? I went back there to make sure that I renewed my driver's license, and I can show you I have temporary driver's license in my pocket. Yeah. Despite the fact I didn't have to drive myself down here.
Frequently.
All what you see, I have never had problems with people that have assisted and supported to erect structures in this Lagos. I have never. One of them lives in the US. The building plan approvals are in my house. Okay, she does not, she's a cousin. She does not even want the husband to know. No, I'm telling you. But it's in my house. Anytime she comes, she will pick it from my house. And look, when I want to, I'm a local boy from Lagos State. My first house in the village in the year 2000 what did I do? Put up the building plan, went for the approval, and they said in this area, because I opened it up for them in a division of Lagos State, it has become a GRA. I took the equipment there, opened up the area, and built the first house there. I got building plan approval. So when these technicians were ravaging the place looking for where to make money here and there, I didn't have to turn up. I just told them, write the building plan approval on the wall. And that was the magic. And it solved the problem. Okay. So we have to learn not to circumvent rules. Lawyers say that ignorance is not an excuse in law. So why do I give opportunities to somebody that is looking for ways and means to make me right things? We solve all the problems.
Thank you
Put
very
it
much.
on the table to get it to fix it. How do and get it done legitimately.
Thank you very much. That's very comprehensive. Thank you so much, Chesi.
All right, thank you, Leratu. I want to come to Mrs. Oshogwe. Can you hear us, ma'am?
Yes, I can.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, ma'am. I want to ask you as a developer, I know that before you start building a project, before you develop a structure, you most times acquire properties. I know you've had a few properties in Lagos. I know about some of the high-rise buildings.
How are you able to navigate those challenges you usually encounter with title and perfection, knowing you have investors on one hand who are waiting, and you also want to build a structure, you have a timeline, you have money from the bank to pay back. How have you been able to find a way to work around these challenges? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure. I've actually enjoyed the session so far. Okay, I think we've talked a lot about challenges. And according to the study conducted by the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa, they said the average time it takes to complete land acquisition in Nigeria is approximately 274 days. However, when compared with Sub-Saharan Africa, it's an average of 45 days. So just starting, and we know that time is money for us. So how are we going to surpass this challenge? One thing is to be aware of the challenges, because if you're not aware of the challenges, you won't actually surpass them. So we know that it will probably take you between 6 to 12 months to get a CFO. I mean, CFO in the country, CFO for instance in Lagos. And we are aware that getting approval, such as your building permit or renovation permit, is actually prolonged, and sometimes as a developer you have to wait several months to secure these approvals due to bureaucracy and all the requirements that several agencies would ask for. So I think the deal is in planning. So for instance, when you start a project, you have to ensure that you take into account how long it's going to take you to actually get your building permit. And we're also aware that you have to deal with several agencies, and you must begin to engage them, let them be aware that you have a development that is coming up, and ensure that the requirements that is required, that you already have all the documentation in place. So it all comes to proper planning. You don't just, for instance, you decided that you want to develop, and you're already telling people that it's going to take me 18 months to complete this development, when you know that probably getting your approval will take you probably the better half of 6 months or 3 months. So you must manage your clients appropriately. And then also to ensure that we do not have issues whereby we get into land disputes, whereby your projects are kind of put on hold because you have, for instance, the Omanile is coming and making trouble, telling you that you can't actually do work because this property actually belongs to them. So one of the things we do in Africa is to ensure that our properties are clean. By clean, I mean we've actually done a legal search, ensure that there are no encumbrances in those properties. We also know that sometimes you have issues whereby you've acquired the property and then unfortunately maybe there's an ongoing litigation when you actually did your search. So you're not even aware there's a litigation on the land is said to be free from encumbrances you buy, and then you start development, and then 3 months down the line somebody comes and says we are the real owners of this property. So we've had instances like that, and then sometimes some people have experienced situations whereby there are long periods of delays in their projects. So sometimes even the delays are indefinite. So you need to ensure that, like the last speaker spoke, he said, you can't underestimate the importance of carrying out your due diligence. It might take you a long time, but it's better for you to take your time, ensure that you carry out proper due diligence, ensure that you satisfy all the requirements from these various agencies, you ensure that your land is clean, that you don't have issues whereby halfway through your development somebody comes and disrupts you and you can't even complete those jobs, and also to take into account the timelines it's going to take you. You cannot say, okay, because Lagos State says it's going to take you 1 week to get your approval, then you put just put 1 week in your in your plan. You have to ensure that you ensure that all of those documentations are in place, because we're all aware, because like somebody also said about ignorance is not an excuse in the court of law. You have to ensure that you know your requirements and you have all this information and all those documentation in place. Because if you start your process with the agencies and then halfway through the line you haven't actually submitted your requirements, then it will be delayed. Then you blame the government for saying that, okay, it's going to take you promised us it's going to take you a week, and now it's taking us 3 months to get approval. So all of this has to be taken into account to ensure that that's why we call it pre-execution stage. You have to plan well, and it will end well. So those are the few things that we've actually put in place to ensure that we do not have a lot of interruptions during development, and then also that we're able to keep to timelines and also keep to cost. So those are the few inputs that I have to keep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now we have Mr. Paul on the line. Sir, can you hear us? Mr. Paul Owanibe. Hello, sir. How are you? Can you hear us?
I'm not sure I can hear you.
Yeah, the volume is quite low.
Can you hear
We're
us?
actually struggling to hear you.
Can you hear?
No, not at all. It's too low.
Is this better?
Oh, slightly. Slightly.
Okay. I'm gonna try and speak a bit louder, and hopefully this will come through. So we've heard a lot about going through due diligence, compliance, and all of that. From your perspective, what are some of the ethical considerations that you feel like real estate professionals and players, stakeholders, should have to adhere to and practice when they are embarking on a project?
Thank you very much. So I often get called to speak on issues like this, or issues more to do with sort of the challenges of doing business and how it affects the real estate industry. And there's just so many challenges, obviously, in the industry. And in those challenges lie the opportunities. So we talk about challenging with governments, of the government's infrastructure, human resources and stuff. But the opportunities are wrapped in those challenges. And you've literally hit the nail on the head by saying what are the things that as practitioners that we can do to lessen those challenges and to make real estate more successful. Well, first I'd like to say that real estate is a fusion between the private sector and the public sector. It's not something that can be done alone by the private sector. So there are many things that need to work together. So giving you an example, so we often talk about the regulatory environment. So the transparency and authenticity of both the private sector and the public sector working together is extremely important. So obviously the public sector need to be transparent with the private sector, and the private sector need to be transparent and authentic with the public sector. So obey the rules, do the things that actually matter, do things that count. But the real estate in Nigeria has one specific. I can now hear that.
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, please.
All right, I can hear you. I'll try. So here, 5 seconds left. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, we can.
All right, okay. So also the examples of how the private sector to be more authentic and more transparent with the public sector. But to give those examples or to find solutions to that, one has to understand what the main problem is. And the main problem, as I see it, is that we're in an industry where 90% of the product that we use is imported and foreign exchange based, right? Yet we're selling to a market that 90% is domestic and non-foreign exchange based. So we end up with a product that very few people can afford, that only 10% of the people out there can afford. So that in itself is a problem, and that's what basically gives rise to a lot of developers, especially the small developers and smaller house builders, because everybody's a developer in Nigeria. There are a lot of DIY developers. So that's what gives the challenge, and what they then do is figure out ways to either cut corners to meet those challenges and get their product on the market. The problem with that is, obviously it doesn't always end well. It hardly ever does end well. So what we need to do is, first of all, cure the key problem. And that key problem is, one is the supply chain, two is the taxation, the double, triple taxation, three is just the ease of seeking of consent and that regulatory environment. Four is the inability of real estate organizations to sell their products in foreign exchange, which is made in foreign exchange. And five is just the absence of data and information. And because of all those challenges, as well as the challenges of the fact that there's no infrastructure, you have to provide your own infrastructure and stuff, the price is very high. So we have to solve the problems to make the pricing less. Right, and then you can then weed out the bad developers who are not sustaining ethical practices. So I'll say one on that backdrop is ensure that you have all your sort of title work and documentation and all that research and all your ducks in a row. Two is make sure from a construction point of view, from a design point of view, you want to stay full its function. So design for people, place and purpose, and design it and detail it to the point at which you're confident that you can build it. And three is make sure you have all your finances in place and before you start. And then four, make sure you have an end game in terms of your management and operation of the building. So those would be the things that I would consider in the hands of the developer in terms of the supply chain. But like many things, those things get thrown up to dust. If they do get thrown up, one has to figure out how one reacts to that. So I would say it's important to know what you're doing, research what you're doing, make sure you can build for the market that's there. Find a way to create that handshake with the regulatory authority, with the public sector, because that's probably the one most important thing to do in real estate. And I know before this thing started, I was online for some time, and everybody knows the big elephant in the room is what happened to that. I think my chief legal officer, who's far better equipped than I am to be on this panel, but to speak a little bit more about that. But these things happen. So you do everything properly. You do your research, you buy your land properly, you build properly, you pay your taxes properly, and then something still happens, right? And then you still got to find a way to navigate that. And it's a situation we find ourselves in now, trying to navigate that. So hopefully that, to some extent, answers your question.
Absolutely, it sure does. Thank you so very much, though.
Take somebody else from your panel.
Okay, so let's see. Barrister Derie. When we look at emerging trends, so we've heard all the problems that exist. When we look at emerging trends, we look at things that supposedly are working or can work. And we think of where it is that our real estate market can and should go to. As REDAN, how would you say that the organization or your association would be better equipped or should better navigate through to be able to help make these things easier? Let's even take one angle, for example, that is design for housing, affordability of housing. What would be one way that you would like to see REDAN or the industry go as relates to REDAN in that niche?
Thanks so much for that very important question. Let me start by saying a big thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this event. Thank you so much. When it comes to the business that we do, the real estate in Nigeria, you can claim to be an expert when you have not received the beating. But you can be thriving today. Everything may be going on very well and people are clapping for you. Some years ago, I bought a parcel of land from Ogun State government during Governor Daniel. I bought from Omonile, then bought from government, paid to Ogun State government. That was 15, 16 years ago, thereabout. In over 180 million. Governor Mosu came in. Just about 3 or 4 months after getting to power, he revoked CFO issued by Ogun State government, land bought from government. No, that is the peak of insanity. Peak of insanity. In 2009, there is a community called Igbokushu, just down the road, few kilometers from here. I got a loan of 120 million from Oshoni Bank. Bought some parcels of land there within the Legushi scheme. Out of 20 plus, I was able to get 2 plus, 18 plus gone. On this road here, this road that we are in, the road front, the frontal part of this hotel, I have a development just down the road there. Just to get governor's consent so that I can obtain the building approval. I've been on it for a year. So imagine the money is borrowed. So, but the thing is, the business is lucrative. And in fact, I'm glad to meet Suru Group today. Because, you know, it's a name that you are in the sector, you know that they have a lot of story to tell about this vicissitude of life. Prof actually was part of some of the challenges that I just narrated. Because he's my father. Honestly speaking, as an association, Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria, we are advocacy group. And advocacy is lobbying. And it costs money to do that. Rather, subscription fee is 100,000. If you have 1,000 members, even if you have 2,000 members, if you take the whole subscription in a year to allow, sir, you have not been able to knock any door at all. It's not enough to knock door. See? But we will continue to strengthen advocacy. In fact, I've learned so much here today. And the thing is, we must not keep quiet. Advocacy is key. We must not keep quiet. And when the learned sick was having the microphone this morning and Barrister Shola Enito, I remember Lazarus. He was shouting, I want my eyes open. Everybody said, keep quiet, keep quiet. He did not keep quiet. And I just assumed the presidency of the Real Estate Developer of Nigeria in February for a 4-year tenure. I will try my best possible to mobilize developers. And as if the learned sick attended the last meeting I had with the ESCO, that we need, as an association, there is a need for us to even have a compendium of all the laws relating to and touching on real estate development in Nigeria. And that we should commission a project covering the 36 states, including FCT, so that you won't be struggling. If I want to obtain approval in Nasarawa, I'm in the developer in Lagos State, I should get to Redden website and go through the process there and be able to understand throughout Nigeria whatever it takes to get that done, so that we can begin to understand laws that suffer from duplicity and laws that confer on us very hard and difficult template to comply with. So as association, and sir, we come to you because you are a leader, you are a father. We will knock at your door. We need money for advocacy. We will come to you, sir. You see, in America, they bring money to lobby politicians. We need to lobby. We can't keep quiet. We are suffering. We are suffering. Houses are being demolished. Developers are dying quietly. People are suffering from stroke, high blood pressure every day. Not because they have done anything wrong, just because they have chosen to create jobs. Just because they have chosen to help the government for our GDP to grow. Because they have offered food for people to eat and for making people to be happy. The case of Lamarck, that is a place where we go and we are happy, where we kill sorrow. And one night, overnight, there is alternative. It's not that there is no alternative for that road. But suddenly, what do we have today? That beautiful landscape that beautiful waterfront is taken away from us. You know, so many to say, but let me yield the microphone to other people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that well-considered submission. I want to come to Mr. Akinlade. You're also a developer, sir. You have done quite a few things. I want to talk about corruption. And yes, that's a big one because you can't say we are just way forward, but let's look at the issues and also way forward. What role does it play affecting projects, and how can we solve this problem? Because we are the ones that use this system. We go to those people, regulators. How can we solve the problem so we can all make progress? Can we affect the bottom line a lot?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying to the group of lawyers, female lawyers that has come up with this forum, thank you very much. And I'm going to give one advice. For over 4 years now, I don't come to this sort of talk because we have been talking in Nigeria and nothing come out of it. So if you are going to invite me next year, tell me what you achieve on this talk. If you don't achieve anything, I'm not coming. I want to put that down. Now, I will answer your question by series of case studies because by the grace of God, I've been in this sector in Nigeria for 18 years. In the UK, 10 years before. So I've had experience in the two markets. Corruption cut across. The government is corrupt. The developer are corrupt. So corruption meets corruption kills. In the United Kingdom, if I want to do development, I will apply to the planning office. If I don't get a reply within 8 weeks, it is deemed approved. In Nigeria, you have to navigate the water and know how to start. And by the time you finish the development, approval is not even given. In 99% of the cases in Lagos, all the houses that we are building, we don't have building approval. If you want to get building approval, you are wasting your time. So what do? We break the law. In my company, I will tell you what I do. I apply, I pay the fee, I get on with it. I know it's not right, but it is the government that is corrupt that is making me do that corruption. So I'm identifying those corruption, and what have I been doing? The Attorney General of Lagos State, Lawal Pedro, is my friend of many years. I have been tackling them. The last conference they did, I went there, I tackled them on two issues. This particular process of waiting for approval, this particular process of waiting for consent is taking forever. Forever. If you don't go and pay corruption money in Alausa, you will never get any one of them. We are, like he said, we have been timid. I will open it for you. My experience, I came from a background of where the truth must be told so that we can move forward. If you've been hiding it, I will unhide it for you. But thank you very much. The Attorney General of Lagos State has now proposed series of law. And he has copied that 2 months deem approved. Is awaiting the state's legislature to look at it. And it will be done. If they oppose it, I'm waiting for the public hearing. If they oppose it, I will go there and I will go and shout.
Another one is, so that is the planning aspect that is taken forever and ever. Another one is the consent. Complete waste of time. In the United Kingdom of Great Britain, once you pay your lawyer goes on the website of the land registry. It is done. Again, searches in Lagos and in Abuja are 419. Let me explain. In Lagos, you do search at land, and you think you are successful. Call lawyer to go and do search. You are wasting your time. Number one, a case is pending in court on the property. Alausa is not aware. 2 properties I have lost over the years. I bought Johnson Product of Nigeria from Chief Mrs. Oprah Benson. Outstanding litigation. Jegal won the litigation at Court of Appeal without me knowing. One day they arrived, they chased us out. I have bought property from Ato Batele on Okpebi, unknown of litigation. One day, they chased us out. Before I bought all of them, we did search at Alausa. Clean report of finding. You need to go to drainage. You need to go to environment. You need to go to transport. In fact, another one, I bought a property in Owode, Elede. Owode, Elede, Owode, Madidu, Owode, my 12. My 12. There are 2 C of O on the property. So I bought it from 1 C of O. There's another one. When the Wahala started, what distinguished the 2 is that the survey plan inside the 2, one is showing a survey of a land in Ogun State. Yet both registered in Alausa. I have to now go and rebuy the land from the one that has the correct survey of the land. When I say the government is corrupt, Alausa. So we will the solution. Lagos state government needs to adopt one-stop shop. That all the agency must be there. You make an application to search, even the courts must be there. Must be there. So when I say corruption is on top of corruption. So I'll give you 2 more examples, and then I'll keep quiet. When I started my business in Nigeria, I took a loan from Oceanic Bank. Chief Mrs. Cecilia Ibu gave us a loan of about 13.5 billion. And I used it to buy about 22 acres in the Ikeja GRA. So at that time, we were the largest owner of land in the Ikeja GRA. We also start doing development. We build. Some of the land we cut into small. We are one of those people that brought small landowner into Ikeja GRA. If I know what I know now, I would never do it, because Ikeja GRA now is a mess. We will take one of our acre, we will cut it into 500 square meter land, we will sell. We will pay billions to Lagos state government on infrastructural development levy. They never use that money for Lagos. Fashola called me one time. Okay, let's set up a committee. I dragged Dr. Barilere to that committee to be the chairman. There was no money to be spent. So our loan was, we are enjoying our loan, paying, doing. Then Lamido Sanusi arrived at the CBN. What did they do? They canceled our loan. Sold our loan to AMCON. Injustice. When I say the government is corrupt, corruption personified. And one day, while the loan was with AMCON and we were chatting, AMCON employed a rogue lawyer. Let him sue me. Joseph, what's his name? I forgot the name of the lawyer now. Maybe because he doesn't. What? Joseph Nwobike, a rogue lawyer. He was a son. They removed him. Lagos State High Court found him guilty of scam. But when he got to Supreme Court overturned it. So what did he do in our case with AMCON? He asked AMCON to take our property to a court. And they sue, who did they sue? The Nigerian police, and list our property. They couldn't sue us because they have gone to court. We have won the case that we're not owing them. So in order to seize our property, they went to another court, sued the police. And the police should come and help them recover their property. That some rogue are there. We are the rogue. Best Western Hotel on Allen is what I'm talking to you about. I said the government are rogue, are corrupt. Everybody is corrupt. From 2017, it took us 7 years to get justice at the Supreme Court early this year on that matter. A lot of people lost their job. A lot of people lost their job. I ended up in hospital because it was Mopol that came and tear gas was out of the hotel. Your president was my PA as at that time. We were in it together in this Lagos. So I give thanks to God. God gave us justice, and that's why I'm boasting today. Today, we have not got the hotel back. Somebody is developing the hotel at the moment on 12 Allen Avenue. Are you following me? The rogue they did, I don't want to do another rogue. So I'm following due process. But this is evil. Every one of you here tomorrow, I can take over your house today. I will take an ex parte order and sue Mr. X and win the case and come and chase you out of your house. Corruption in real estate in Nigeria. You cannot have that in England. So let me end with another one. The Omonile scam. Two Omonile. In fact, let me give you a reference case. There used to be an Oba of Okota. He sold me a property on Olushesi Okota. I bought it. I built 12 flats on it. My private property, not my company. So that they can't say I'm not disclosing it to my company. One day, they brought a Supreme Court judgment on all the land in Okota. I went to Kabiesi. Kabiesi, what happened though? Kabiesi said 2 members of their family have been fighting for 20 years over the fact that he did not share the money among them. The Omonile scam. What is the solution to that? There is a Lagos state government anti-Omonile, whatever. It's not working. I have to pay the new Omonile who won Supreme Court judgment again. The Magoto case is for everybody. Even the Lagos state governor was shamed out of Magoto on the day. He had no power on the matter. So, what is the solution to all of this? As a developer, as a lawyer, experience is the best teacher. Use professional in everything you do. The builder is corrupt. Also, is looking for a way to scam you in every way. So, but let me finish by saying, I'm standing not because I know anything. Maybe I should sell Jesus to you all. It is the grace of God that can take a man through corruption in Nigeria. If you say that you want to do the Jesus thing and not pay PR money, you're wasting your time. Jesus says, give unto... Let me stop.
Wow. That was a lot, sir. That was a master class on corruption and how to deal with it, sir.
And how to deal with
it. Let me try the textbook, sir. A textbook before you pass so that I can read it and apply it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for that expose. Dr. Mike, I want to come to you. There's something about zoning and planning. You know, in Lagos State now, people are saying that there's this controversy of saying governments are pulling houses down because of people are not following zoning. Let's talk about drainages and, and channels. Now, does it impact on what developers do? Do you guys really take this? People are saying developers, you guys know these things and you take money from people, gather people's money together. Government is saying people are the one, people are not taking up. So who is really to blame? Do you guys take this, now that it's becoming so prevalent, do you take this into consideration? People are giving you money to build and that this might be a problem in future?
Thank you so much. Okay, first let's understand what zoning is. Zoning regulations, those are regulations, that are enacted by federal, state, as well as local ordinances to control how land are used and what form of development should be on a particular land in a particular area. However, all of these regulation in terms of zoning are supposed to be checked at the point of getting a building permit, because these are some of the things that what do you call it now, the public sector players, the guys working at the town planning as well as building control, these are the things they're supposed to check. So, but what we see, what happened in the real estate sector is as a result of negligence on the part of these guys. So when you go to them, like my boss has just said, now, when you go to those guys, I've experienced it personally. We had a project we wanted to develop, and I approached the guy that has that particular unit. And of course, my file was there for almost 3 months. It wasn't approved, and not as if there was anything or something was wrong, but because I had not done the right thing. I've not, been able to handshake, So eventually, I had to approach him and say, look, what exactly is delaying this approval? And he opened up to me that you need to go and bring 1 million naira. I was like, where will I get that from? This is a project that the fund to even run the project is not on ground. We just want to secure the approval, and then with that approval, we can, push it out to investors to secure funding. And then at the end of the day, I had to cough out 500,000 to secure that approval. And lo and behold, I discovered that even there were 1 or 2 issues with that particular design that ordinarily shouldn't have been passed. But because the man was more interested in what he's going to get than the due diligence, than for him to check and say this and this and this are not right, the setbacks are not right, oh, there's a NEPA pole, those are the things that they're supposed to check. So honestly speaking, I think I would just say that for us as developer, it's very, very pertinent that the conception of a project plan, that is good to work with all relevant stakeholders, work with experts, because there are some areas that you are not very, very, what do I say now, you're not very good at, but like he said, real estate development has become a profession for everybody. It's like everybody now, especially in Lagos, is a developer. Once you have money, once you are a billionaire, you start buying land and start building without even consulting professionals. I've had people that they know nothing about development, but personally they supervise the projects, and at the end of the day, they deliver the project. So I think that we need to, more importantly, we need to work on our legal reforms, because it's at that stage that we can control who does what. You understand? If there's a law in place that says you can't run a real estate development project without you being a member of REDEN, then it becomes a criminal offense for you to run that project. You know, so I think that there's much to do. We can sit here and speak all the grammar, talk from morning till night, but sincerely, the guys that determine what happens in this industry are the guys there. They are the guys in Abuja. They are the guys at the National Assembly. So what we need to do now is to see how we work with them to ensure that we're able to secure legal reforms that will be able to change the face of things in this industry. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much for rounding up with that. I think we've all come to agree that there's a lot of collaboration, there's a lot of synergy, there's a lot of work that each group, each party, each organization has to do that is ably represented here. And when we talk about the reforms, luckily for us, we are right in the middle of the female real estate people who are in the real estate practice. So I think that all of us would be taking that as a challenge to say, the work that needs to be done has to start with us. How do we start? By one, looking for the laws that affect real estate, that impact on real estate development. How do we help to ensure that there are reforms, especially as regards to who can practice real estate? If we start, I think, that if we start, and this is me thinking based on everything everyone has said here, if we start there, we can at least come out of all of this and say, there's a role that everybody has to play, but it all feeds into one big special purpose vehicle. And I would like to think that your organization, madam, would be happy to take on such a project so that, as Oga has said here, next year when we want to have this next edition, we will be able to say, outcome of the maiden edition, we at least started this, we got to this point in this discussion, in this reform, so that we can also support the Redan with the lobbying that they need to be able to do, and we can ensure that the NISTRUCT members also are able to help to enforce the laws that say that buildings must have these professionals on board. I think we're in agreement with that. Thank you so very much. Because we are totally running out of time, we're going to have to end this session here. Thank you so very much to each and every one of you. It's been really insightful. I know I have learned a lot, and I appreciate the contributions from everyone that is here physically and to both of you that are joining us remotely. We appreciate your insight. We thank you so very much for being here and having us. 30 seconds. We'll time you.
Just to let you know that we read and sponsor a bill to at least introduce sanity into the industry. The bill came through House of Rep, Senate, but the president didn't sign. So now we are trying to do another one now. But this one that I want to do will not be to regulate the industry, but to even regulate developers. And I will be soliciting to FELIREP to be part of that committee. You know, Barry Senator is there too. And we'll be inaugurating that committee very, very soon, this month of July, so that we put another bill together. And I've discussed with the Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Development. So it's in support. I've discussed with the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank. It's in support. I've discussed with the family of, these are some of the stakeholders. So I've reached out to some of the stakeholders and they are in support that there must be sanity. You can't just wake up one day and you become a developer without going through the necessary training. And we have equally signed MOU with the Center for Housing Study, University of Lagos, for training of developers. So, Prof, thank you so much.
So we'll just take quick closing remarks from everyone so that we can move on. Thank
you. Thank you once again, the female lawyers, for this forum. It's been insightful. We've been able to learn a lot. Let me just contribute. My AOB, I think we are on AOB now. My AOB will be, because I recall that in the first section, the learned, unfortunately, is going out. I wanted to talk about flooding. And most people don't realize one thing. It was part of what I think one of the gentlemen spoke about here. Hello. Your road is as good as your drainage system. And we need the drains. Especially whether tertiary, secondary, and primary. We need the tertiary drains. When we want to build our houses, our estates, we have to make provision for the drainage system. It is very, very germane. It is important. If you don't do that, it will not go well. So by way of AOB, that's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For me, I'm just going to say I appreciate the effort of Lagos State government. They are probably at the forefront of land matters in Nigeria. Let us gather around and support them and push them. This female association also should work with them. If you don't know who to talk to, the Attorney General, I know him. Dr. Banyere is actually coming here later. I know him. The Accountant General, I know him. Sanwo-Olu, I know him. But you should be ready for midnight meeting. They don't see people during the day. So that is the only thing. But I am confident that if we start from here, the journey of a million man, if we start from here, we will get there. Don't be shy and not pursue them, please.
All right, thank you. So we've talked quite a bit about being involved, the compendium of laws and the rest of it. And I think all of this is very important. This thing about ease of doing business in the midst of all of this, I think it's something that we need to focus a lot, because our prosperity as a nation is very much dependent on how easy it is to do business. And at this point in time, through the entire development cycle, it's not easy at all. The thing about the compendium of laws is good. Lobbying, ensuring that when these laws are being debated on, that sort of thing, that we're actually involved and everything. Another thing that I think we need to do, especially female lawyers, is we get into government itself, because time and again you find that the people who are actually focused on helping things work out, they are very few and far between, so that there's a culture already of more about generating revenue, because if the government is far more focused on how to make it easy for business to work, things like, for instance, titling shouldn't be a problem. Every square inch of Lagos should be registered. One should be able to go on a computer and find out who owns every square inch. So I think the more of us who are focused more on enabling wealth creation, pushing this country forward and the rest of it, the more we're more involved, very focused on what the government is doing, I think, to work out better for everyone, and particularly our female compatriots here. Thank you.
Okay, so in conclusion, I would like to encourage the FELIREP, Madam President, particularly, let's not just have these events for the purpose of blowing grammar and speaking theories. Let's look at the practicality of what we are doing here. We can, like I said earlier, we can speak all the grammar from today to tomorrow. It doesn't change anything. So how do we work towards ensuring that, at the end of the day, we are able to see, the results of what we are doing here? So I want us to have a communique at the end of this event that will be pushed to the decision makers across all levels. Let's look beyond Lagos. Lagos is not Nigeria. Let's look beyond Lagos and push this communique out. And let's see, one of the things we should advocate for should be, maybe we should agree in this forum, that do we need to have a real estate court where all necessary issues relating to real estate can be addressed promptly? Should we agree? Or Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? Because we have industrial courts where you have issues with labor you can go to and issues can be addressed. I think we should also have a real estate court. So that, because that's my experience with investors. Each time I'm discussing with investors, they are telling me that, look, I'm not interested. Because at the end of the day, if there's an issue, it takes 10 years, it takes 20 years. So it's a turn-off for investors. So, but if you have a real estate court where when there are litigation, there are issues, within a space of 3-6 months, issues are resolved. So I think that should also be part of the thing that we should be putting across, in our advocacy drive. Secondly, I also want to add that for genuine investors to come into this sector to play, because like I said the other time, most times people that are developing are not genuine investors. They are people that probably have money and they are trying to look for a way to preserve that, that fund. Sometimes the funds are even illicit. However, I don't want to go deep into that. So, but for us to have genuine investors, genuine players to play in this field, we need to look at the funding gap. So can we also advocate that the government can create or design an SPV, special purpose vehicle, that allows financing guarantee for genuine investors in real estate development? So please, let's take these 2 points and pass it across to the decision makers so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to see results of our gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shogo, you can have your closing remarks, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just be very quick. Professor Moby mentioned the UK and the US, and the contribution to their GDP was between 18 to 20%. And that for Nigeria, real estate's contribution to the GDP was 0.5%. The resources we have in Nigeria is comparable to the resources we have in all these other countries. But the reason why we are at 0.5% is because of all these challenges we talked about. We create laws that are obsolete, that has no way, hasn't aligned with the current reality in the country. So we need to have this in place to ensure that investors have faith in the system. Because there's no point having court judgments cannot be enforceable. It's just as cheap as the paper it's written. And the clarity and transparency in our processes in land registry is a big deal. So we need to look at that. And there's something that majority of people have spoken in education. Even though yes, we said ignorance is not an excuse in the court of law, but people need to know what they have to fight for. If people understand what their rights are when it comes to land, then they're able to speak up and fight for their rights. And then also, what my brothers just talked about, putting in place small family courts, land courts, where we can, resolve disputes in months rather than years if you go to a court. And then finally, advocacy, which we've all spoken about. The good pastor prayed for the FELIREP Board of Trustees. They need to push these reforms for us. And I just pray that God will continue to give them access to the necessary platforms that they need to make the difference, and also the grace to convince the powers that be. Because that's where we are. Reforms advocacy to push and implement all of these reforms. If not, we're going to come here tomorrow and we'll keep talking and nothing is done. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have Mr. Owanibe to give us his closing remarks? Sir, can you hear us? Mr. Paul Owanibe.
No, I can't hear you. It's muted. Everything is so...
Okay, he's back. Mr. Paul Owanibe, can we have your closing remarks, sir? Your closing remarks. Sir, can you hear us, sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
The volume is gone, I think. It's quite low.
Yeah, I think I can hear you, and you can hear me, but I don't think you can hear me.
I don't think you can hear us.
Sir, can you hear us now? We want your closing remarks, sir.
I think, we're speaking, but still passing the mic.
Yeah. No volume.
I think from the technical...
You can't hear us.
Okay, Mr. Shaw, you can hear us?
We can't hear us.
Oh, man. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, I can hear you, sir.
I can hear you.
So we can hear you. You're loud and clear. So I just want your closing remarks in 1 minute.
Yeah, I think the people online are saying the same thing.
Okay.
We can't hear. We can't hear you, and it looks like you can't hear us.
I hope they heard me though, all the talking.
Yes, I know.
Why we wait? Can we take from Professor maybe has a comment to make? Why we wait for Mr. Paul?
Thank you so much. Well, I'm so happy with what is happening here because you didn't come in the morning when I started. That all this shenanigans that is going on is because people could not think deeply. We are mortgaging our future. I describe my own generation as a risky generation. Not because we don't have money. I say that I'm 63 years old. I've done well with my life, but I'm afraid of getting old. I'm afraid of getting to 80. I'm afraid of getting to 85. Because when I get to that stage, I have money in bank account, but nobody to take care of me because my children are not around. So, it's a serious thing. It's about our life. It's about our future. We have to be. One thing I want us to look at is we've talked about this corruption, people that are there not doing the right thing, and they go away with it. The example is the Mendy. I met the developer. I saw the approved plan. And I went to planning school. This day, I drive around Lagos, I drive around State and Nigeria, and I kept on asking. There were basic things we were taught in planning school. Before a man can build 24-story building, the law requires in planning office, where I did about 2 years industrial training. Before you pour concrete, people from the ministry, you must come and see your reinforcement that is as designed. When you finish a house, there is fitness certificate issued before tenant could be allowed to move in. Those laws and regulations were there, but some people looked the other way and they allow evil to happen. Now, my own thinking, and that is where you guys will help me. As they are demolishing that building, the officers in charge 18 years ago, what happens to him? And that's what Salami was saying, that there's no consequence. A man was very popular all over the world, Cosby. Celebrated all over the world. He died. He died celebrated. Years after, there were charges of abuse when he was in BBC. All the night, all the award they've given him in his lifetime, they went to his grave and scraped everything off. That's the nation. There must be consequence. You took bribe. You passed what should not have passed, and you are enjoying. And years after, you are still alive, people are crying, and you are still alive, enjoying the loot. There must be consequence. I don't know how we do it. I don't know how law can take care of that. It used to be in the Bible time, Hammurabi's law, eye for eye. I don't know how consequence can be built. It will check the government officials that years after that you approve this building under power tension, you approve it. The tension is there, but you approved it. Years after that, any government you come and they will say we demolish, we look into the record. Who approved it at that time? How can our law, I'm not a lawyer, how can we take care of that? That if you are in charge of an office
and you do something wrong and you have retired, how can you be brought back to face the music? I think if we have that, there will be sanity in all these gatekeepers issue we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much, sir. FELIREP, Mr. Paul, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. Once your closing remarks are in 1 minute. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So I've said a lot already, and everybody has said a lot. I think the two things I want to happen is one, is transparency and authenticity. And that's a two-way street. I think if I had a three-point plan, the first point would be, can we increase the transparency and authenticity, both in the regulatory environment, the government offices, and the private sector? The second thing would be the government sector handshake. It's very important for the government to look after the people, and it's equally important for the people to be honest to the government. And that's important. If you work together, then there will always be a them and us situation will be disaster. And a lot of what I've heard today is about them and us. So I think it's time for the government officials to realize that they serve at the pleasure of the people, and it's important for the people to realize that it's important to support the government officials that effectively do a very difficult job given the circumstances. And the third thing is just liaison. I think, and I say this because, I sit here and I feel we've been a victim of lack of this, right? So I think it's important for liaison and for conversations to take place in all formats. So, I remember a gentleman speaking on this panel, and he said that he won't come again if they invite him again if nothing has been done, right? And, I applauded that from my virtual room here, in that, it's important to have these conversations, but to take these conversations to the doorsteps where they need to be, right? So people actually understand what the pain points really are. Because if we sit down here and know all day and then go back to our offices and continue under these terrible circumstances, then nothing will be achieved. So my shout or cry out for the panel here, for the family people and for the guests is, let us take this to the doors of what really matters, right? And saying that these are our issues and these are the things that we need to solve. So we do need at least a single point of responsibility to solve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, our distinguished panelists. Thank you, my co-moderator. Thank you, FELIREP, for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone. I will just bring the panel session to a close.
Hold on a bit. The FELIREP says a big thank you to all the panelists for this session. We'd like to invite the Vice President of FELIREP. Panel session.
Thank you very much, MC. Thank you so much. This panel was, in fact, really, really, really impactful, and we're grateful once again for all that you have said, and we assure you that even if it's just an inch of outcome, like our accountability mentor has said, we will remain accountable to you, sir, and we'll be able to bring some percentage, even if it's 0.1 of an outcome. We'll do better than that. Okay, so the gifts, please. Yes. Okay, so the first gift that I have is going to be presented to Mr. Edward Akinlade. So on behalf of the President and all the Board of Trustees, I present this gift to you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes. The second gift that I have is for Mr. Engineer Johnson A. Adeyoye. So on behalf of the President and the Board of Trustees, I present this to you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. So this gift is for Dr. Michael Oladiji. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. next gift. The next one is for Prince Barrister Akintoye Adeoye. Thank you so much. And we have for Mr. Paul Onwanebe. So, this will be accepted on his behalf, and we thank him very much, even in absentia. Thank you. Thank you. So this is for our mentor, Mrs. Uzamaka Oshogwe. Thank you so much, even though she's absent here physically, but she's present online and she's been very impactful to this. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the time. Thank you for all you do for us. We're grateful, ma. Thank you. And for Mr. Shesi Ondenye, he's part of the family, so thank you for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you. And finally, we have for Lerato Lekane Okoro. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful moderation. We're grateful. Thank you. Thank you once again, everybody. And the Board of Trustees will just join and flank around everyone.
All right. Immense thanks, sirs and ma'ams. The next item for today's program is another plenary session, and we have Dr. Roland Igbinoba. He's online. He'll be joining us online. So I'll just take his profile in the next 2 minutes. Dr. Roland Igbinoba has over 23 years of experience in Nigeria's financial services industry, having worked with United Bank of Africa PLC, Oceanic Bank of Nigeria, and National Bank of Nigeria. As a World Bank consultant, he contributed to the Family Homes Fund of 500 billion naira social housing program. In 2013, Roland was headhunted by the federal government to lead the turnaround of FHA Mortgage Bank Limited, achieving profitability in 6 months. From 2016 to 2018, he led the real estate and construction sector under the Vice President's Job Creation Unit and is currently a member of the Financial System Strategy 2020. Roland leads the development of Nigeria's PropTech industry as president of the Nigerian PropTech Association. His postdoctoral research focuses on technology, sustainable cities development, and health. He founded Payson Housing Company and the Roland Igbinoba Rail Foundation for housing and urban development. As a serial PropTech entrepreneur, he manages 11 companies under PropTech 54 Venture Capital, including PropCrowdy, a SEC-licensed real estate crowdfunding platform. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Roland Igbinoba, who within the next 15 minutes will take us to the topic emerging areas in the real estate and recommended areas for new laws, rules, regulations, and policy development. Dr. Roland Igbinoba, over to you, sir.
with you guys this afternoon. Please let me know if you can hear me if my audio is good, so I can proceed. Please can I get a chance to share my screen? Can everyone hear me, please? Can you hear me? I need to notice. I can't hear any feedback, any audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to be, over the next 15 minutes, I'll just pick the slides. I might not be able to get through all my slides. So, but over the next 15 minutes, I'll see what exactly we can touch on concerning emerging areas in the real estate, and then also recommendation for new laws, regulations, and policy. I'll just make a disclaimer starting right away to say that, I'm not a lawyer, and so I might not be, my presentation will not try to delve into all of the legal issues in real estate. But talking about emerging areas, I like to always use this slide that I have, which was curated by the Center for Affordable Housing for Finance, and then modified and adapted by the Nigerian PropTech Association, just to quickly look at the real estate value chain. So if you want to be looking at emerging trends or new areas in real estate development, we want to also look at it from the point of view that how is that chain? How is that value chain? And what we have found in a lot of in emerging and also in major economies where contribution of real estate, so contribution of real estate to GDP is very high, is that there have been new innovations, especially around areas of technologies, right from access to land, which is the very first part of that value chain, up until the maintenance of the property. So my conversations around emerging trends will basically be looking at this value chain to see, is there anything that is new in access to land, in planning and building regulations, infrastructure and services, again, up onto the way to facility management. Now, technology plays a big role, okay, when you look at what's emerging within the real estate space. So whether it is virtual reality, whether it is machine learning, whether it is blockchain, or the Internet of Things, or electronic contracts, it's very important to understand that you have technology playing a pivotal role. But let's take a look, let's back down from technology and take a look at what's happening in terms of the real estate area. So sustainability and green building, I think that's something that's very, that we're all big on, okay? So across the globe, even in the continent, and even in Nigeria, we've seen a lot of trends and innovations around sustainability and green building. Right now, I think the Green Building Council of Nigeria is become very active, and they are now, I think there's even a conference that's happening sometime towards the end of this month, I think Future Cities, where a lot of conversations are happening around sustainability and green building. So there is focus on friendly environmentally friendly construction practices, energy efficient buildings, green spaces and renewable energies, and then also a lot of conversations and pilot programs are happening in circular economy, which basically means, we understand circular economy when we discuss plastics, when you want to renew waste product in plastic, you want to renew other product. But in real estate, it becomes a very tough scenario to say how do you get into circular economy in real estate, But there's been a lot of research. We've seen where people are using concrete from demolitions going through different processes for those countries to be reused. And that basically we are looking at circular economy. Also on the service side, we've seen where abandoned properties are being reused or they are now being used for co-sharing or co-living spaces. So you see all of that in terms of sustainability. And then when you look at technology integration, and this is where the entire gamut of prop tech comes into play. So across that value chain that I just showed us earlier, technology has a role. And so whether it's blockchain, whether it's in land titling, whether it's in virtual reality and augmented reality, you find the integration of technology across each of the value chain. Even now when you talk about valuation of properties, technology is playing a big role. We all know of Zillow and Rightmove in UK and how you can get data just by going to those platforms. So technology is playing a huge role in terms of areas that are becoming new in the real estate sector. But I must say that not that these areas are new globally, but they are just beginning to gain ground within the continent and also within our client in Nigeria. And then also you have alternative capital. Okay, there's a lot of conversation around fractional real estate investment. And so in January 2022, I think, in December 2022, I think January 2021, forgive me, the Security and Exchange Commission brought out a rule for crowdfunding. And in June of the same year, they brought out a rule on digital assets and tokenization. Okay? But you find out that because a lot of developers who want to go through the traditional routes of raising funding, or a lot of them now also go to the extent, maybe they want to raise money through commercial papers and all of that. But you have, which I think is still good, but with the SEC regulation on crowdfunding, on digital assets and tokenization, I think that opens a new vista for alternative.
Right, it appears Dr. Roland Igbinoba has a network glitch. So we'll just call the panelists for the next panel discussion to kindly come to the platform. And the first person I'll call is Dr. Muiz Banire. He's joining us online. Can you kindly confirm for me whether he's online? Okay, the next person is Vincent Atta. Is he in the room? Okay, probably he's joining us online as well. We'd also like to invite to the platform Olamide Adeleye. I hope she's online. Okay, she's joining online. She's here. She's outside. All right. Okay. She'll join us shortly. And the moderator for this panel discussion is Olamide Onifade, family law and real estate expert. Okay. All right, so I'd like to take the profiles of these panelists shortly, and the first person whose profile I'll read is, sorry. Dr. Moise Banere online, so that I'll read his profile, or I'll just go to the next. Can you hear me, sir? Good afternoon, sir. All right, sir, because I want to take your profile and I'll move to the next person. All right, thank you, sir. So please, Dr. Moise Banere obtained his LLB degree from the University of Lagos in 1988 and was called to the Nigerian Bar in 1989. After his national youth service at the Legal Aid Council, he returned to the University of Lagos for a master's degree between 1990 and 1991. His teaching career commenced when he joined the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos in November 1991, where he rose to the rank of assistant lecturer in 1992 to a senior lecturer in the Department of Private and Property Law in 1999. He has published many books and articles on a variety of issues and areas of law. Banere, on a leave of absence from the University of Lagos and his law firm, M.A. Banere and Associates, served in Lagos State government in varying capacities at different times with portfolios being Special Advisor on Political and Legislative Matters, Honorable Commissioner for Special Duties, Honorable Commissioner in the Ministry of Transportation, and Honorable Commissioner for the Environment. Due to his active legal practice and his contribution to the legal profession, he was conferred with the rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria in 2015. He became a member of the Body of Benches in 2017 and a member of the National Judicial Council 2017. He was a former chairman of the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria. He was a member of the Constitutional Review Committee in 2017. He once served as the chairman of the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria. In 2022, he was given a national award of the Officer of the Order of Niger, OON. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dr. Moise Banere, SAN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria and the Principal Partner of M.A. Banere and Associates.
Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure, sir. Now, I'd like to read the profile of Vincent Atta. Thank you, sir. I called you earlier. I thought you joined online. I didn't even know that you were there all the while. Okay, so please, can we have you upstanding? I would like to read your profile in the next 1 minute. It won't take long. Vincent Atta is a graduate of law from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He holds a master's degree in international commercial law from the University of Aberdeen, Scotland, United Kingdom. I was called to the Nigerian Bar in 2007. Currently, Vincent Atta is the managing partner at Partners Associates and Co., a boutique law firm, based in Lagos, Nigeria. The firm offers legal advisory services in insurance law, family, marital law, and probate law, commercial practices, and real estate. As managing partner, Atta is responsible for the day-to-day litigation and corporate practice management of the firm. I present to you Vincent Atta, one of the panelists for this session. I don't know whether Olamide Adeleye is on. Oh.
Don't worry, I'm Olamide Onifade. She's Olamide Adeleye.
I saw her. She was somewhere there. All right. Okay, so Olamide Adeleye, ma'am, can we kindly have you upstanding? Thank you. Mrs. Olamide Elizabeth Adeleye is an arbitrator, a seasoned lawyer with over 22 years of post-court experience. Ma'am, please, permit me to say that you are beautiful. Please, I was looking at you and looking at her. I said, she's beautiful. I'm sorry for that interruption. Because I'm doing serious business here. Okay, so she has engaged in active consultancy and solicitor's work and has researched extensively in property and land law, commercial law, corporate law, and alternative dispute resolution, ADR. She is the founder of YBA and co-solicitors. As a consultant, she has provided legal support services to companies in the banking and real estate sectors of the economy. She is the chief executive officer of Heritage Dwellings, a dynamic real estate development company specializing in residential and commercial real estate projects. Ms. Adele graduated from the University of Ibadan in 2000 and was called to the Nigerian bar as a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria in 2002. With a CELTA certification from the University of Cambridge and having lived outside of Nigeria for many years, she has gained vast experience with the real advantage of a grounded worldview in teaching communication skills both to teachers and students of varied nationalities. She currently facilitates lectures at the prestigious Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. Also, she's running up her master's program, LLM, at the Queen Mary University of London. She's the author of an inspiring collection of quotes and poems titled Canvas and Scroll. She has a soon-to-be-published book written on real estate practices and how to get it right with real estate investment in Nigeria. I present to you Olamide Adele. And please, ma'am, so I'd like to hand over the microphone to Olamide Onifade, family law and real estate expert, who is going to moderate this session. Enjoy the time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olamide Onifade, and I practice family and real estate law. Ladies first. So I'd like to go to you, and you are my namesake. Real estate is a very diverse area, and of course, lawyers are needed in that area. So what are the areas that lawyers can take opportunities?
Okay, thank you very much for that. There are so many areas whereby lawyers can bring to a successful end a real estate transaction. And today we've talked a lot about due diligence. Due diligence is very, very key. And when we talk about due diligence, I won't dwell too much on it, but there's an aspect of it that has really not been mentioned. So I say there's what we call the legal due diligence, and there's what we call the social due diligence. If you get the legal due diligence right and you don't get the social due diligence right, you're going to be in trouble. And if you get the social right, you don't get the legal right, you're going to be in a hot pot of soup as well. So, and what do I mean by social due diligence? Especially where we have excised land. You know, today we've talked about how technology can help with real estate, and blockchain was actually mentioned. And so where we have excised land and the particular owners of those parcels of land cannot be identified, it is very difficult to rely solely on legal due diligence. And so you have to go local. You know, that's where collaboration with other professionals is also very key. You know, surveyors, and I always tell people, when you're dealing in real estate and it involves excised land, please don't rely on the family surveyor. You know, so with over 15 years experience in real estate transaction, I've come to realize that sometimes they conspire with the Omonilers, collude with them, and perpetrate all sorts of evil. So you have to... You must have your own surveyor, trusted surveyor that you've worked with over time. So due diligence is very key, and over time, if you do your due diligence really well, and you can have a niche for yourself, it gives a lot of your clients confidence, you know, in your ability to deliver. I would say that with 15 years experience in real estate transactions, you know, and a lot of our clients are actually Nigerians in the diaspora. A lot of them, some of my lawyers in the office I've not even seen at all. They've not met in over a decade. But we thrive based on word of mouth recommendation. And that's where integrity also comes in as a lawyer. And we know that there are certain ethics of the profession whereby you are not meant to advertise yourself and things like that. But the truth is, where your work, when it's well done, will speak for itself. And so, yeah, I would talk about integrity, you know, as when it comes to growing quickly as a lawyer in the real estate sector. And there's so many other areas whereby lawyers can come. What about issues with landlord and tenants as well? You'll be able to advise your clients on what the rules are, what the laws are, you know, for the landlord. I know that right now in Lagos State, there's so much protection for the tenants. That's story for another day. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Adele. Dr. Banire, I'm coming to you. This question is for Dr. Banire because I know that you are a stickler for ethics. So, Dr. Banire, how can lawyers within the real estate space practice within the ambit of the law and the ethics of the profession?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think that the question you are posed is very simple. You have said we have professional conduct, practitioner, and alongside the people, what lawyers should. So the straight that I get to do, and you will not be in trouble. Simple like that. Thank you.
Dr. Banire, please, we really didn't get that. Please, can you explain a bit?
Yes, what I mean by this is that, you know, some things that you can do as a lawyer, some things that you cannot do. And our jurisprudence, particularly emanating from the local practice, PPC, is also the ambits of the rules of professional conduct. For example, there is a global requirement that anything that you do must be that which is in conformity with the standard expected of you as a legal practitioner. In other words, you must not engage in anything considered to be famous. Otherwise, you can earn the displeasure of the LPDC. So anything that you consider that is infamous, you must not engage in. But anything that we know is that which is permissible by the rules, you can go about it. And you know, the only exception is that some of these things, if you want to go outside those ambits, you have to secure the consent or the blessing of the General Counsel of the Bar for that purpose. Does that make more sense now?
Yes, sir, it does. Mr. Vincent, I will come to you. Dr. Banire, there's a follow-up question to that, but I would come back to you. Thank you very much for coming. I'd like to ask you that question too. Within the ambit of the law, what are the things that lawyers should do to remain within the ambit of our profession?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I take the cue from NS6 position, and it's a good thing that most of us here are lawyers. I believe that as a lawyer, first and foremost is you have to be very proud of your calling. You have to take the greatest pride in it. Because I always tell people that I've not come across an accidental lawyer. Most people that I've seen, most colleagues of mine, you know, are very intentional with this profession. That is one. Two, you also stand in utmost good faith with your clients. You see, there was a time I didn't know about that until I received a call from a colleague not from a colleague. I discussed this with a colleague. I received a call from someone, and the person said to me that, oh, we need to transfer a large sum of money to your firm's account. And I said, why? Why do you want to transfer this large sum of money into my, my account? And he said, the reason being that we were told, I don't know how true that is, but that they were told that if the money is lodged in a law firm, then EFCC will not have problem with that. So I said, I'm hearing this for the very first time. But it reflects people's perception of we lawyers. Leave the common adage that lawyers are liars. I believe that there are many people out there that believe that lawyers are people of integrity. And in the course of my work, I've had to be in possession of clients' funds. So talking about how you can go, what roles we play in the real estate sector, some of the roles we play. I didn't know until I was approached by clients and said, oh, you know what? I'm leaving a large estate for my children. And I'm sorry to say this, the man said, and I think my children are so useless. He said it in Yoruba that I've come to have wealth. For those who understand Yoruba very well, said, I've come to have wealth that he said, Olatoni Yonu. I thought I was acquiring all of this for their sake. The doctors have told me that I don't have much time left. I'm leaving this world. I have all these assets. And I don't know what will become of them. There are 3 of them. 2 ladies and a guy. All of them in their 40s. Said my first daughter has children for 3 children for 2 men. My only son has gone into drugs. The middle daughter is the only stable one, happily married with kids and, with her husband and her kids. So we had to come in possession of the estate. We had to generate rental income and then apply it to the welfare of these children and also the grandchildren. And you see, at some point, I thought I came into wealth. Oh no, I did not. I could have said, because as it is now, what we do is that we practically take care of them. They don't even know all the things that their father has or has left for them. They don't. Even the ones we tell them, like I will bring paper to them and say, because you are the beneficiaries, given the terms of the will, you need to sign XYZ. And they will say, he has property in this place. I didn't know. Baba no one here. And the guy does practically nothing. The sister will say, oh, can you please take my brother to a rehab? And then we do all of that. But the bottom line is this. We are in custody of the funds. But that doesn't make us rich. What makes us rich is the name. I always tell my colleagues, some will say, Vincent, with some of the, assets that you manage, with some of the funds that you have in your possession, you should be driving XYZ car. And I say, what is wrong with the one I'm driving? It gets me to where I want to go. You understand? What is most important is my name. That is the legacy that no client can pay for. I tell the clients, I say, look, me and my colleagues, we will account for every kobo. You will not think that, oh, because we have this fund. Maybe when you saw me, I came with a jalopy, and then when you gave me the brief, you are now seeing me with an SUV. It's not going to be from your own money if that is ever going to happen. So lawyers, we have a place of integrity. And I have come across lawyers in their 80s who are so super rich. And they tell me, they said, I never knew I would be this wealthy. When I started off, it was modest, it was a good name, but I kept getting referral. And you see, God will not hide you. He will not hide you. You might, you know, some people might, you don't have money, you don't have money. But guess what you have? Contentment and integrity. No money can buy that. I think I leave it at that.
Can I quickly add?
Please.
I'd like to. I would like to just share an experience. You know, what is said, just integrity is so key. So we have thrived on word of mouth recommendation. I remember a client who was based in the UK who was going to buy a property of about 12 million, and he was struggling to send the money. That was about 10 years ago. It was struggling so hard to send the money. Eventually, he wanted to come to Nigeria himself, but work would not let him do that. Eventually, he sent the money. We did everything, bought him the land, sent him the title documents, everything. And the next one he was going to buy was in the value of about 60. And I said, okay, so when are you coming to Nigeria? No, madam, you are there now. You know, so we're always faced with times of temptation. You know, times when we need to stick and abide by our policies with regards to integrity. I remember a woman, and then the law firm just started, and we were in dire need of funds. And we had done the inspection, everything was okay. The husband was going to go ahead and buy the property for her. And then she called me and said, Madam, you would need to top it up with at least 5 million. And I said, Madam, I'm sorry, I can't do that. But because I was in desperate need of money, what I said to her was, you know what? Our fee is 5%. We can split it. You know, I'm like, instead of losing everything outrightly, and she said, you know, I'm going to give you 24 hours to think about it. But I had resolved in my mind. I'm like, even if you give me 2 minutes, even if you give me 1 year, it's not going to change anything. In my mind, I'm like, I didn't tell her that. But in my mind, I'm like, this woman is not going to change her mind as far as that is concerned. And I lost the brief. And that was about 10, 12 years ago. But today, the story has completely changed. Now, when people say they need somebody with integrity in Nigeria to represent their real estate needs, and they're like, oh, call Mrs. Adeleye, call Mrs. Adeleye. The same people, you know, that came to you with the temptation, sometimes will be the ones to be the first to recommend you. So, you know, adhere to integrity.
Thank you very much.
Let me just, just a scenario just a scenario. So there was a transaction that required that I should make a petition to MIVATIN. And when I went to MIVATIN to inquire about the petition, the officers I met there said, oh, your petition will have to be approved with 200,000 naira. I said, okay, no problem. So I called the client. I said, please, you need to send me 200,000 naira. I said, okay, give me 2 days. And he sent the money. And I went back. This time around, I met the DC. So he's the approving authority, not the junior officers that I met earlier. So when I met the DC, I told him, he said, oh, you know, it's 100,000 naira for approval of petition. So, and I had the 200,000 naira, you know, in the brown envelope. So I just opened it and I gave him the 100,000 naira. And he said, okay, bring your client next week to come and make a statement, and then we take the matter up. When I left, I said, this is 100,000 naira free from you, because the client, you know, I've already told him it's 200,000, and now the guy said no, it's 100,000. But something said no, don't do that. So I called him, and I said, oh, I have a balance of 100,000 naira for you. He said, why? I said, only for me to get here, and the DC said it's 100,000. I gave the 100,000. You know, the following week when we went, he came with me to write the statement. No, I've already written, to write the statement. And the DC said, he now asked this DC, so have they started the investigation and all of that? The DC, investigation, what do you mean investigation? Something that you just mobilized last week. Maybe it was last week that your lawyer came with the 100,000 naira for mobilization. So imagine if I had said, oh, it's 200. I would just be looking stupid. Yeah. The guy said, maybe it was just last week he came with the 100,000 naira for the mobilization. So I've not, the money is here, it's in the drawer. I've not even.
Thank you very much.
Important.
So this will take us to the second question, and I'm going to be throwing that question to all three of you. Dr. Banere, are you there?
I'm with you.
Okay, but before I do that, I'm going to share my own personal experience, which is connected to this question I'm going to ask. And the question is it ethical for lawyers, practicing lawyers, to be commissioned agents? So for me, when I started out, somebody came to me and said, I have this property, it's a family property, please come and manage it. I went to my senior and I asked that, are lawyers property managers? Because I don't have that training. He said, oh my God, lawyers don't let it go, you have to take it. So I took on that property and I started managing it. I didn't have any idea. They would call me, water, NEPA, all of that. And it now got to a stage when I'm asking for rent. Hey, tenants will abuse me. I will abuse them. There was one that even threatened to take me to Gist Lover. I did it for about 10 years. And one day I told, even Olori Ebi will call me to abuse me. And I said, I am a lawyer, I'm a professional. I shouldn't be doing this. This is demeaning. Lawyers have no business managing properties. If you have anything that is connected with taking your tenant to court, agreement and all of that, I will do it. But please, sir, I resign. I'm not doing it again. And there's no property, even if it's in a Ikoyi, if you bring it to me, I'll tell you, please go to an estate agent. I can't be in court and you'll be calling me for water, or two tenants are fighting and all of that. So that's just my personal experience. And this will take me to the question. And I'll go to Dr. Banere first. Is it ethical for lawyers to be commissioned agents?
Well, thank you. I like you always shoot straight. It is not ethical. You want me to expatiate again?
Dr. Banere, by all means, please. Because this is a very cogent and pertinent question. Because a lot of lawyers are caught between this. Are we supposed to practice? Can we practice? Can we not? And there's a lot of...
the rules of professional conduct, you are not meant to be a commissioned agent. That has been settled. So, like you also said now, you can see the kind of insult or insolence around it. It is demeaning the way you are putting yourself. And once something is demeaning, then it amounts to infamous conduct, which is offensive to the rules of professional conduct. So something a lawyer must avoid getting into. Of course, there are so many other ways to go about it. I'm not suggesting circumventing it, but there are always so many ways to skin a cat.
No, Dr.
But
B,
not in the manner that you put yourself forth.
Is to get an agent, but under the rules of professional conduct, you are not supposed to share fees with non-professionals. So can you answer that, sir?
That's the point I'm making. But of course, to be a director, not executive director of the company. I'm sure you agree with me on that. Madam Moderator.
Sir, I'm listening, sir. I'm listening. I agree with you, sir.
I hope you agree that you agree on board. Then that in another manner. That in that pay your fee or the tax and any other thing. I hope I'm clear.
Very well, sir. Mrs. Adeleye, I will go to you with that question.
Okay, when it comes to this, yeah, so the learned gentleman that went before me has actually, summarized everything. There's a whole lot to read. So it's inevitable, sometimes when your clients trust you with the purchase of their properties and they are not in the country, it's inevitable that they would ask you to just be responsible for the management of the property. And like he rightly said, there are so many things that you can do so that you don't run foul of the ethics of the profession. Register a management arm. You can be a director and you don't have to sign any documents. Employ estate management graduates to run the place for you. So that's what we had to do because we were getting a lot of requests in that area. We're helping our clients, a lot of them who are based in the diaspora, to just help with their real estate investment. And they're like, okay, since we could trust you with this, we believe that we can still trust you with the management of our properties. And I'm like, okay, I'm not a real estate, I'm not a facility manager, I'm not a certified real estate agent. So what we did was, a company was incorporated, and I have qualified, people, graduates that run it. They sign the letters, they do the inspection, they have their phone. I don't have any conversation to do with clients in the line of, so they don't even call me when they have issues with NEPA or when they have issues with water or anything like that. So yeah, so that's how we've been able to go about it.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Vincent, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes. And I align myself with what my learned colleagues have said. Remember when I started off, I said, you must be proud of your profession. So again, I will, share my own experiences in this regard. I always tell clients, I'm a lawyer, I'm not a carpenter, and I'm not an estate agent. I'm not, and I make that very clear to them. I'm not an estate agent, and I will not usurp the work of an estate agent, because that estate agent can never do my work. So I tell them, my role is legal advisory, documentation, and what have you. If you ask me to come and look at your will for you, I will look at your will and, review and, earn my fee. If you have a property, like she said, we have estate agents. So you go, tell the estate agents, introduce them to the clients, and then they run the show. I also tell clients, I'm not going to look for buyers for your property because I'm not, that's not my responsibility.
But you find out a lot of clients trust lawyers with these transactions
No.
more than estate agents.
I think and it's one of the things that I think we should have good reforms in. I think it's very, very important as a lawyer to know your remit in any real estate transaction. It's very, very important because it's when you are uncertain as to your mandate that there is confusion. Not only that there is confusion, there is what we lawyers feel will be shortchanged when it comes to fees payment. Because you don't even know what you are asked to do. When clients approach me, I tell them, I say, I'm not going to look for buyer for your property. That's not my responsibility. If they come and say, the other way that the clients will come and say, I want to buy a property, it's not my responsibility to look for property for you to buy. I didn't make the money for you. So I tell them what my responsibilities are. You want to buy a property? Come, I will look at the documents. I will do the searches. And I will give my advice whether you should go ahead or not. And you will pay me for it. I don't sit in meetings where they are having arguments with payments of estate agents. I always tell them, I say, look, if the estate agent has looked for a buyer for you, what did you people agree? I don't even come, there are all these scenarios you see people will come and say, oh, I'm paying 5% to the agent, and then I'm paying 5% to you. I said to a client, I said, you have 200 million to buy a property. you must have my 10%. I'm not interested. If you want to pay somebody else 100%, that's your problem. You must have my 10%. If you have 200 million. And if I'm, the other scenario also is you have a client, and the client says he wants to sell his property. So you see, that is where and these people are funny. They are very funny. They have this thing, they say, what has the lawyer done? What has the lawyer done? So what I do is when you have you want to sell your property that I know that this property belongs to you. You either don't get me involved, let me not hear. But the moment you tell me, I then ask you, what do you want me to do? I will throw the question back at you, what do you want me to do? The moment you open your mouth and you tell me what you want me to do, and I see that what you have asked me to do, I'm not usurping any other person's responsibility, I will charge you for it. You will pay for it. So let's abide with the standard rule, and which is we are not commissioned agents.
Thank you very much, sir.
Can I quickly
absolutely
chip into what he said? So he has really said a whole lot of things, a whole lot of important things. So I would always say, and I always make it clear in the law firm, that we are not charging agency fees. I have nothing to do with agency fees. I'll state it there. Professional fees, legal documentation fees. And my lawyers know I don't split fees with agents. I know that in different parts of the world, they have different regulations, and some countries of the world are actually well developed when it comes to this. For example, in South Africa, you can't go to a lawyer to say you want to sell a property. It won't even listen to you. It would have nothing to do with it. But you have to approach a real estate agent. And when it's at the point of closing the transaction, that's when the lawyer comes in. In fact, if you approach a lawyer, you have a property to sell, he says, I don't want to have anything to do with it because mine is just legal documentation. And the way they do it, the money for the property is kept in an escrow account until the title perfection is done. So if I'm buying a property from him, the money will be kept in an escrow account, and I know that he has decided to buy the property and he has paid for it. But then the registration, what we call perfection, has to be done before he receives the money. So so that way, you can avoid all sort of fraudulent transactions when it comes to land as well. And then the practice in the US is because agents and lawyers have to collaborate when it comes to real estate transactions. And they would say that the maximum fee would be 10%, legal fee, minimum is 6%. For both, for legal fees and agency fees. But the thing is, sometimes about 2 or 3 lawyers are involved in the closure of a transaction. The property seller, the property buyer has no business with that. All I'm releasing for legal fee is 10%. So if there are 3 of you, 2 of you, 3 lawyers involved, you split the 10%. And the same thing with the agency. So he knows that is parting with a maximum amount of 20%, 10% for, but which is negotiable. They can charge as low as 6%, but nothing lower than 6%. Another thing that has helped me over time is because sometimes clients will come to you, they want you to, they want to buy this property, and they're asking you to conduct due diligence, and sometimes you expend a lot of time, energy, and resources, and then in between they change their minds, and then, so who loses out? At the end of the day, you lose out. So what we do is, we have what we call the terms of engagement, and it helps us to sift out the unserious ones, because some people are just using you to test the market. So we have the terms of engagement. If our fees 5% or 10% legal documentation fee or professional fees, we ask you to drop 1% of it ahead to help us. And we'll say, you know what, if you decide not to go ahead with the transaction, the 1% is not refundable. Sometimes you just put a flat rate of 250,000 naira. It's not refundable. And if at the end of the day you close the transaction, we're able to help you prepare the legal documents required, then you pay the 5% or 10%, but less the 250 engagement fee or the 1% engagement fee. So some of this is just help us to move forward, with our practices.
Thank you very much, Ma. We're running out of time, so we have just maybe just one more question. Of course, we've heard all what you have said, but what about young lawyers that are just starting out? In the reality of the economy now is not, we are in harsh times. And somebody is coming, bringing, 2.5%, 3%. How are we supposed to, manage around that, sorry, sir. In light of this new RPC, remuneration, and how practical is this in our daily lives?
So let me just quickly, because I've had that train of thought. It's not only young lawyers that are struggling. Even old lawyers too are struggling. Midlife, lawyers are struggling. But you see, I think if you look at it, we lawyers sometimes, in as much as we know the law, or we are the ones that know all our rights, we are the ones that suffered most when it comes to infringement of those rights. Especially when you look at lawyers with regards to labor laws and lawyers working in law firms. Reason being that many of us, I don't know why, we are not proud of this profession. For instance, in a forum like this now, we are hoping it will come to a time, because the Learned Six said it, the uncertainty in land transactions, that it will come to a time where probably is a law that has been made, and we say to the people at Alausa, no documents for governor's consent or registration of title will be approved unless there is a certification from a legal practitioner, from a lawyer, that a lawyer has certified with his seal that all the I's and the T's have, needed to be done, have been done with regards to this transaction. You see, because when you go to the land registry to say you are doing a registration of title or you want to obtain XYZ, they give you all the requirements. They give you all the requirements. And it's sometimes, yes, and sometimes it's like a game of chess. You really don't know. It depends on who you are meeting. You understand what I'm trying to say? Now, why can't we have some sort of checklist that from the beginning someone decides in his mind, I am buying a property and I'm selling a property. Both the buyer and the seller must seek the services of a lawyer. So there must be a lawyer for the buyer, there must be a lawyer for the seller. And that the two lawyers at some point we do a certification to say we are satisfied with this transaction, and then you go ahead with it. And the people at Alausa, they are seeing it at the front. That's the first thing they are seeing, to say, okay, where are the other documents? If we do that, I think these people will begin to respect us. And I think it's one of the things, a recommendation for the organizers to look at. We need to take pride in our profession.
Do you have anything to add to that, please?
I think he has said it all. Yeah, we need to take pride in our profession. And the truth is, if you are just starting, like for the young lawyers, if you are just starting, don't allow anyone to push you into compromising. Your works will speak for you. I will share something with you very quickly. So I got married just immediately after my university degree, and then of course had a baby before going to law school. So law school was tough with the baby. I still managed to finish with a 2-2. And sorry, I lost my line. Integrity. So I was saying that. So when you, for the first 8 years, I couldn't practice. I would say that I was practicing in my husband's kitchen, and we were out of the country as well. So when I came back into the country, I was like, okay, so which law firm is going to take me in with no prior experience? You know, based on my own experience right now, I don't turn back any woman who wants to dust the certificate and who, for the reason of childbirth, I never turn them back. I give them a lot of opportunities, and there are quite a number of them now that have worked with me over time. And I'm like, okay, so because of childbearing and all those things you couldn't, I don't turn them back because I had been through that. So, but my husband knew Dele Farotimi, and I had an interview with Dele Farotimi, and Dele Farotimi decided to just take me in graciously. And even though you don't have a prior experience, I'm going to take you in. But of course, I could express myself well, so if maybe I could draft. But the truth is, when I started, I couldn't even draft a single formal letter. And so Dele Farotimi took me in, and I would recall that every single opportunity I had, every single free time I had, I was trying to practice how to draft letters. And in 1 month, I had my whole notebook filled with how to draft formal letters. Just 2 months after, or 3 months after, Dele Farotimi called me to his office and said, I can't believe you didn't have any prior experience. So this is just to encourage the young lawyers. Hard work always pays. You know, there's no shortcuts. Hard work always pays. And eventually, if you don't give up, you carve a niche for yourself, and you'll be glad about it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Banner, do you have anything to say in closing?
Well, there's something called appropriate pricing. The way and manner you price yourself is the way the society will accept you. And one of the major criteria that we have had over time before the new remuneration rule is that most lawyers don't even know how to bill at all. And even up to date, they don't know how to bill. The shipping are so badly. That's why when they appear outside, you cannot even say they are really poor but wretched. Everyone, lawyer have no business with poverty, to be candid. And this thing is simple, and just like a lot of people are giving so many illustrations or narrative, the Kenya branch of the bar used to give an example in those days to them to say that once my own late professor and mentor taught of this strategy, and I've always maintained it, and it has worked for me. And he said to all them when we were in school that if you are a lawyer and somebody approaches you and you give a particular amount of money as a bill, and it says it's too high, it goes somewhere and find the right margin elsewhere, most likely will come back to come and be paid due to lower it slightly. And I took an example of a client about 5 years ago, who a colleague had billed 600,000 naira for a land matter. And somewhere along the line, without being derogatory to the person, they bungled the case so badly. So by the time it was brought to our own office, and I saw that we need to do a lot of surgery on the pleadings and everything, I said, because it's a very dear person to me, I said, look, this man, what I will do, I will help. He asked me for the fee. I said we should discuss with my colleagues in the office. Normally, I don't do the first billing. My colleagues that are junior to me will deal with the first line of billing. I finalize it. And of course, my intention was actually to bill him maximum of 5 million naira for the case there. But I was not around. He met with them, and they billed him 10 million naira. He came back to me on phone and said, look, if people are giving me 10 million naira, I cannot afford 10 million naira to pay. How much can we pay? He said 7 million naira. I said, okay, go ahead and pay the 10 million, 7 million naira. Of course, you have seen it at the favor done to him already. Whereas you can now see the difference that if we give somebody 5 million and you go to another lawyer who bill 1 million naira, the probability is very high that you have anything to say to buy the company as other lawyer. And most likely will come back to you and pay for 3 or 4 million naira. But what I'm saying here is that our unions need, or the new entrant need not fear anything. particularly when they know they are competent and they know what they are doing. You want to know and they can evaluate. For example, some lawyer people know that when they are billing, they have to take into cognizance the dry cleaning, the laundry fee that you pay on your court attires. You have to take into consideration logistics, your billing for the electricity, your billing for water, your survival at home, your children's school, everything has to be brought together in determining what amount of money you are billing at the end of the day. So I do not think that it should cheapen yourself as I've said, just because you are destined to get a bill. There are so many ways to skin a cat, like I said earlier. You know, the problem we have in our profession over time is that current public office holders that are lawyers, particularly where laws are being made, the office of the Attorney General, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, have not been doing so much for the legal profession. In those days, you hardly see any legislation done without the specification of the requirement of a lawyer being part of the management or the board. They only specify it that there must be a lawyer there. And this in recent time have observed the problem. That's why people are finding it challenging not to get jobs. And I love the suggestion of the other gentleman, the other speaker. And I think that is the position in most progressive society. You cannot go to England, for example, today and say you want to buy a property and you will not go through a solicitor. It's just an impossibility. You can't sit down and start drafting a tenancy on your own. But here, what do you find out? In fact, if you are not careful these days, even litigants themselves want to be conducting their litigation. And this is where we are. So I believe that an area that needs to be ultimately looking is that some of this area need to be legislated on, so as to ensure that it's only lawyers can do that. What you said, if, for example, two lawyers sign the document and put it forward, they are taking their integrity. So it's even important for the society that they reckon with it as such. And I think that is very important. Now, by way of concluding remark also, let me also say that we have a lot of space for young lawyers generally in the real estate. Investigation of titles. There are some people that are engaged in that are specialists in that. You know, some of the investigations that are done, but I see it in contemporary data, and not the way a manner title ought to be investigated. I recall, and it's possibly because in most of the law faculties, they don't teach the course conveyance again. In our old days, we did conveyancing. And when we do, for those who were my own contemporary and below, when you go through the conveyancing part, they will teach you how to do investigation of that. It's not limited to the land registry. Sometimes the most lawyers, they just go to the land registry and say, I've checked, and I'll come back and say, the title is clean. That is not how to investigate. So that area is still vast, and to a large extent, it's a virgin that needs to be tapped. We have the area of conveyancing itself. There are people that are rules and manners in which document more, or particularly of title or interest in land must be developed, must be structured. So that is another area they can look into. Of course, we are all conversant with land litigation. Real estate is a peculiar area. A lot of people bungle it up a lot of time. I give you an example. A lawyer goes to court and said, I'm asking for main profit from a tenant that is a statutory tenant. When the tenant is still a statutory tenant, notwithstanding that you are giving the 7 days notice, you can't ask for main profit. You ask for compensation for use, and these are areas that you can specialize in. We have areas such as also somebody mentioned documentation and perfection of securities. They are areas for real estate practitioners. We have the area of succession, wills and others. It's for real estate practitioners. We have the areas of general areas of laundry legal opinion and all the so that is a bad area. But real estate practitioners that are legal practitioners can still tap into and still survive and live comfortably well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banere. Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent and Mrs. Adeleye. It was really nice having you. And Dr. Banere, please, I would like to get this from you. That you would like you to come for a master course or master class on conveyance. Do we get this from you? Are you committing to this?
Well, the unfortunate thing was being in the Faculty of Law of the University of Lagos. I wasn't taught how to do charity work. That's the challenge.
Okay, Miss P, Mrs. Anam, you would contact him on that. Thank you very, very much for your time. And congratulations on your inauguration today as the chairman of Governing Council of one of the universities of the North. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Atta. I really enjoyed the session. Mrs. Adela, it was a great privilege to have you here. Thank you very much. And to everyone who has stayed on to this time, thank you so, so much. We're really grateful. Thank you. Is it, you communicate that to him.
All right, please. We kindly ask that you kindly wait on the platform because of the photos. So the FELIREP says another big thank you to this beautiful panelist and the beautiful moderator for this panel discussion, and Dr. Banire and Mr. Vincent Atta. Okay, so we'd like to invite Adaku Chibuike Ochiwa to present the gifts to this panelist. Can we please make welcome Adaku Chibuike Ochiwa, and the Board of Trustees members should kindly get ready so that you can join them for a photo session.
Okay. We really thoroughly enjoyed this session. Please let's celebrate them one more time. And on behalf of the FELIREP Board of Trustees and the President and members and all our sponsors, we want to say a very big thank you to Mrs. Olamide Adeleye. Thank you so much, Ma. And we have this for Mr. Vincent Atta. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And for Mrs. Olamide Onifade, who is also one of us. Oh, yes, Mrs. Olamide Adeleye is also one of us. You see, we are power structures. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and Mrs. Olamide is going to receive Dr. Banire's own. Okay. So to our grand patron that we will still come for conveyancing matters, sir, we are sending our deed of gifts ahead of time. On behalf of the FELIREP Board of Association to Dr. Muyiz Banire, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. Please can the Board of Trustees join us upstage?
All right, thank you. So, we're rounding off. We're moving close to the end of today's event. You will agree with me that it has been successful. Right now, FELIREP would like to present gifts to FELIREP outstanding members and volunteers. We'll start with the outstanding members, and to present the gifts to the outstanding members, I'd like to invite to the platform the president of FELIREP, and this is no other person than Peace Anomnese, and the vice president of FELIREP, and this is Flourish Adekoya. I'd like to invite to the platform the outstanding members who are getting gifts now. The first person is Mrs. Florence Atsuluku. Is she around or she's online? She's around. Is she outside? Okay, she's coming. All right. The next person, Mrs. Eunice Obasanjo. She's online. All right. Okay. Can we please keep the applause rolling as I call those people? The third person is Adiola Adeyemi. Adiola Adeyemi. Where is she? Adiola Adeyemi. Then we have Oluwabumi Ogbontiba. Ogbontiba. Oluwabumi Ogbontiba. Eunice Obasanjo. I understand she's online. Oluwabumi Ogbontiba. Then Chinwe Ugezu. Chinwe Ugezu. Okay, Adiola Adeyemi. And Olamide Adeleye. Yes, an outstanding member.
So,
okay, thank you so much. Chinwe, Adiola, and Bumi, yes, they are members of admin. I want to sincerely appreciate them for their commitment, their time, and we've been seeing all that you're doing. I know it's nothing, but just take it. It's coming from our heart. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Okay, so Adiola, this goes to you. Assistant Head of Admin. So Chinwe, she has to fly all the way from Abuja. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. In fact, I call her evangelist for FELIREP. She has brought so many people to FELIREP. And Bumi, please, sorry. Bumi, she has been so helpful. Even as a young wife, sometimes I call her and say, is your husband there, please? Please help me beg Olga for us, and she will still do it. I want to say thank you so much. Thank you, we appreciate you. So on behalf of the board and the members of FELIREP, we'll give you this. Thank you. And then we have some volunteers. I don't know whether they're here. I haven't met them before, but they volunteered to help with the publicity of this conference. Yes. We have Abisola Olowo, Salome Olonodo, so forgive me if I didn't pronounce it that. Ayamfe Victoria Adeyeye. Are you all here? Okay.
Okay, so we have Abisola Olowe, the first person. Abisola Olowe. And we have Salome Olonode. Is she around or she's online? Okay, we have Anyofe Victoria Adeyeye. Anyofe Victoria Adeyeye. We also have Oluwatosin Isaac. Oluwatosin Isaac. Oladayo Akimokun. Oladayo Akimokun. Marvelous Alonge. Right. Bolade Ajayi. Bolade Ajayi and Merit Divine Abaga. Or is it Abaha? Because there are some cultures where you don't pronounce the G. Okay, so the next set of gifts to be presented to the Board of Trustees.
Mrs. Adele Olamide, are you here? She just stepped out, okay. On behalf of the board and the members of FELIREP, we want to give this to her for her support. She has been so supportive. I know so many of us have been so supportive, but she has been exceptionally supportive. And on behalf of the board, we are presenting this to her. And all the board members, you are not aware, but I've decided to surprise every one of you. Thank you so much. Please, let's present the... Thank you, ma'am, for your support. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so because of time, please, I don't want to keep us more. The board, please, your gift, you can pick it up later, please. I just want to release us, and I want to say thank you to everyone who have joined us for this conference. Thank you so much. Prof, thank you. I appreciate you, sir. Prof came so early. Engineer Daria, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone who came. Lerato, thank you so much. Thank you. I want to sincerely appreciate every one of us. And please, I want to say one thing. One of the things we intend to achieve with this conference, one, the review of our laws, and two, for us to have a real estate profession. Prof, please, before you go, I want to say something. Yes, sir. It won't be complete if at the end of the day, we don't have a collaboration of body of professionals that are regulating the market. So one of the things we are trying to push as members of FELIREP is to see how we'll have the REDAN, the structural engineers, surveyors, architects, as a body to come together so that we'll have real estate professionals of Nigeria. So we're going to come up with that. I'm going to speak to Prince, Barrister. So you just expect my call on this. We'll see how we are going to push it forward. And then for FELIREP, this is the first organization of lawyers in real estate industry in Nigeria. So some people have asked me, why is it female lawyers? I tried to register lawyers in real estate. Twice I tried, CSC rejected it. When I now put female lawyers, it went through. I don't know, for whatever reason. I wanted a body of lawyers to have an association here in real estate sector. So, but that's how, it was later I found out that someone actually registered lawyers in real estate, but he's not doing anything with it. So we need to find out who he is and see what can be done. But we need to bring some form of standard in this real estate sector. So on behalf of the board, once again, I want to appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a master's in housing. Master's in housing, master's in real estate in the University of Lagos at the Center for Housing. We started 2014. The more we build our capacity in this sector, the better equipped we are to advise our clients. So with the COVID, 70% of our classes are online. So contact hours, just about 2 or 3 out of 10 hours in a semester, 10 lectures in a semester, 3 is the only contact. 70% we do online. So the form is on. We can get form. We can eventually do PhD. We run PhD in real estate and sustainable development in the center. So come and get more knowledge. There is no end to learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we take the closing prayer, we want to present this on behalf of the board and the members of female lawyers in real estate practice to Mrs. Orawu Chineye, a partner, Cam Hills. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. We sincerely appreciate you. And thank you for coming. You're welcome. So please, let's just rise for prayers. Tosin, are you here? VP, please, can you close?
Shall we pray? Father, Lord, we thank you. Father, Lord, we thank you. And we say we thank you once again. From the depth of our hearts, this is our maiden conference, and we just want to say, God, you do this one. Oh, we are grateful. We are grateful. I mean, someone sent, I will mention, someone sent the message that, are we praying? We didn't even expect to see him in person today, but to show that you are our Father indeed and that we love you and you love us. He came in person. A lot of people that we didn't even imagine that they would be here physically, even those that joined online, we had a full house. And Father, only you can do this. We thank you for the event. Very successful. We thank you for all our sponsors. The way money started raining like showers of, in fact, Father, you did more, beyond, exceedingly, beyond what we can ever imagine or think. And for this reason, all we have to say is thank you. And as we go home, Father, we soak everyone here in the blood of Jesus. Everyone will reach their home safely. Father, Lord, from here, even as we've been given this a mandate of a year, that by the time we have the second FELIREP conference, we'll be one of the first to be able to be talk and do's. We'll come with our outcomes and our results from this conference in the name of Jesus. And at the end of it all, oh Lord, we'll always have full cause to glorify your holy name. Thank you once again, Daddy, and we say glory be to your name. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Please, let's allow our speakers to leave first. Please, let's allow the speakers to leave first to take their brunch.
All right, brunch is served outside. But please, can we kindly honor our speakers and our invited guests? Please let them go first, then we'll go next. Thank you once again. My name is Joke Fekumo, legal practitioner and lead coach and founder of Polish Speech Consult.